Hello, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Grayson, you want to start?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, sir. I do not have any questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, what did you learn from this crime?
Well, I had learned that um, it really doesn't pay to hang out with the wrong people, and that um, I was completely, I guess, it seems that it sobered me to the point where I am like a completely a changed person. So it's I've definitely learned from these mistakes. So
How are you a changed person?
well, I am married. I have a newborn child that I'm hoping to provide for better. The one of the main reasons I'm seeking this clemency is so that I am able to pursue professional licensure in the career that I'm in. Um, I'm I'm a pretty good candidate, and I've worked really hard these past 14 years, and I'm ready to get this off of my back, and I want to be able to provide for my family. So
All right, thank you.
yeah.
You, I guess one of my questions is, what was your involvement in this whole offense?
Um, well, see, I didn't even have these like drugs in my hand. I was like really good friends with this boy. His name was John Chilcote, and like we were hanging out every day. It wasn't out of the ordinary for him to ask me for a ride, and I guess he got in some trouble that I didn't know about, and he asked me to give him a ride to this place where I guess he picked up the drugs, and so he kind of duped me in that. So that I was giving a ride to a person that I really should not have been friends with.
Okay, so you never sold cocaine to someone else?
No, no, sir.
What, and did you describe all this when you went for your hearings, or what happened here?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wasn't able to afford like a lawyer or anything, and my public defender kind of pushed me to do a plea bargain because I was like facing two felonies. The but the plea bargain was they dropped it down to one. I was only going to get to have to spend 2 months in prison and 2 months on house arrest and walk to the rest of the 2 years off on probation. Um, so I mean, I was like, do I do that or do I go to court? I'm like, I think that I've got a good case in court, but then my public defender was kind of like pushing me to go for the plea bargain. I don't know. So I was 18 and I really didn't. I guess in hindsight, I probably should have went to court and fought this because I think that I would have had a pretty good case.
Okay, so you got 24 months of intermediate punishment,
Hmm.
and you did 2 months in prison, 2 months on house arrest, and the rest on parole. Were
Hmm.
there any other conditions,
No.
treatment conditions, anything like
Oh,
that?
well, I there was like drug and alcohol counseling, but I had completed that like I think I had started that when I was in prison, and then like kind of completed that when I got out of prison a couple months afterwards. I'm not sure if it was 2 or 4 months afterwards, but I had completed drug and alcohol counseling. I really felt like I didn't need it, but
Were you using?
no, no, sir.
So you didn't use it. You haven't used it all.
No, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, what do you do?
Oh, I'm a land surveyor. I work for an engineering and surveying firm. I'm kind of like one of the well, I'm kind of like a manager here. I kind of do a lot for the survey department. I pretty much run it. I would kind of wear a lot of hats in the company that I'm in. But I love it, and I'm really looking forward to the future in it. So yeah.
And how long have you done that?
Oh, since I was 17, like I since so now I'm 32, so going on 15 years.
And is it a family company?
This is a family company that I'm in now. Yeah, yeah.
And how has this conviction held you back?
Well, I my application uh for my licensure, it's not going to be approved by the board if I've got this felony. Um, Also, I guess kind of just like the stigma of it, and how I'm unable to go on to certain jobs because of it, because of the clearances and stuff like that. So it's held me back quite a bit, and it's definitely taken its toll. But I mean, I've made the best of it, and I'm trying, but I just want to be able to get this off of my back and go further in my career and, provide better for my family.
And was there some issue with the PFA, protection from abuse?
About PFA, well, no, there hasn't been that there was no PFA. There was somebody had tried to get one on me, but there was never. It was thrown out when they went to try it 1 week later.
And who
So
was that person?
that was
Do you
it. It was an ex-girlfriend. And that was in Maryland. It really well when we went to the court, and I had like presented like what like because I had to explain like why like she had to testify and I had to testify.
Right.
And when I testified, I the judge was like, I don't know why you're not getting assault charges on you, ma'am, to my ex-girlfriend, because she had pushed me down the steps and like was blocking my way out of the door and stuff like that. And it was just like and then she was the one to call the cops. So and I was just like, I don't want anything to do with you. And it was just a mess. And
How long ago was that, sir?
that was 2 years ago.
Okay. And where do you live now?
I live in Baltimore, Maryland. I
Okay.
live with my wife.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Adcock. Next, we'll call Jessica M. Miller. Okay, it looks like Ms. Miller doesn't have audio, so we'll work with her to get that straightened out. We'll call Nikki L. Cain. We're going to move past Ms. Cain as well and call Joseph A. Ellis. Hey, Mr. Ellis, are you there? Video. Hey, Mr. Ellis, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. If you have a live stream going, could you go ahead and turn that off so that we don't get the feedback?
Yes, ma'am. She's doing it now.
Thank you. And would you be willing to cede your time and just allow the board members to ask you questions?
Can you repeat that?
Would you be willing to allow the board members to just go into asking you questions rather than making a statement?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning, sir. I do not have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, could you discuss the witness intimidation charge from 1991, what actually happened there?
I really don't know about it. I didn't even know that that was a charge. I guess the paper said that I was calling her on the phone, threatening her, which never happened because I don't believe I even had her phone number at the time. So I don't know where that even came from.
The record indicates that you were threatening to rape the victim and kill her.
Yeah, that never happened. I never said that to her. So yeah.
Who was her?
Jennifer Piper, I do believe that was her last name.
Okay, and what was your relationship with her?
We was just starting to date. We only been seeing each other for a couple of days at that time.
Why did you plead guilty if it never happened?
I never pled guilty to that charge. Like I said, I didn't even know that charge even came up until like 7 years ago.
The record indicates that you pled guilty.
I understand, but I never pled guilty to that. I pled guilty to robbing her because I did take her stuff and I gave it back to her like a couple weeks later, but I never called her. I never said anything like that to her.
And I understand it was a long time ago. But I guess I'm just trying to figure out, do you have any ideas if you didn't plead guilty, why the record would indicate that you did plead guilty? Like, did your lawyer like tell you to plead guilty? Were you afraid? Like, was this part of like a plea bargain or
I never had an attorney. What happened was a couple officers came to my house and said, we know you got Jennifer's stuff. I said, yeah, I do. And I plan on giving it back to her.
Uh-huh.
That was pretty much it. There never was a trial. They took me in with her belongings, and that was pretty much it.
Okay. So, Yeah. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
In 2011, there was also a PFA, protection from abuse order, for an ex-girlfriend. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
Um, it, it was someone I was seeing outside of my wife. I'm not proud of that. She was the daughter of a officer over in Bellevue. I was trying to break things off with her, and it was just something with her ex-husband. Like, I don't even know where that really even came from, because I never threatened her or anything like that. I was just trying to break it off. And my wife at the time, she found out about it, and it was just.
So you didn't make any threatening statements or
No,
calls?
sir, I didn't.
And are you married now?
Still married, yes, sir.
And what's your living situation right now?
We're separated. But we still talk, and she still come over. We still got a relationship. We always going to have a relationship because of the kids and the grandkids. So we see each other at least once a week.
Did you have a history of using drugs?
I wouldn't say I had a history of using drugs, but I have used drugs before. I got hooked on pain pills when I had my wisdom tooth pulled. That was pretty much all the drugs I'd done.
So you have no other history other than the pills?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I think some other board members covered this with you, but you did plead guilty to intimidation of a witness.
I don't remember pleading guilty to that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, you would have had to go in front of a judge, and a judge would have advised you that you were pleading guilty. I appreciate that maybe you don't remember that, but that is the record. And I guess I know it's been a long time, but at some point you must have become aware that you have on your record intimidation of a witness as a conviction, right?
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, I found that out like 17 years ago.
Okay. And I guess at that point, did you try to appeal it? You're saying, look, I didn't do it. I'm completely innocent. In the record reflects that it was your voice. So either somebody set you up, right? Or somehow this got convoluted. But you've gone through the application process. Did you try to appeal this conviction?
It was almost 30 years ago. I didn't know how to even appeal it at the time, or I would have.
But I thought you said you learned of it 20 years ago, that it was on your record.
I said I learned of that around 10 or 7 years ago, between 17 years ago. That's when I learned about it. And I told the attorney who took this pardon about it too. I never pled guilty to that. And she said there's no paper signed or anything like that I did plead guilty to it. I did not plead guilty to it because I did not do it.
Okay. Well, how is it that you discovered that it was on your record?
I really don't recall.
So it would be fair to say you're saying 10 years ago is the first time you realized that you had this intimidation of a witness on your record, right?
Around that time.
Okay. So before that time, in the decades before that, when it was on your record, it obviously didn't hinder you in any way because you were completely unaware of it.
I mean, I don't understand what you're trying to say, that question. Sorry.
Okay, let me rephrase it. I apologize. Why is it that you want us to give you this pardon?
So I could get this job that I want. It's a security job with Allied Security.
Is it a full-time position?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what have you been doing? What do you do now?
Cook.
A cook?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how long have you done that for?
For at least 15 years.
Okay, at the same place or different places?
Different places, ma'am.
But you're looking at this point in your life to sort of switch careers, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have the application and you have to fill that out, or where are you in that process?
I do have the application. I filled out the application. My interview is on the 15th of this month. 15th, I do believe.
Okay.
And they still got to do the background check and everything like that. So that's why I'm requesting this.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Next, we'll call Scott R. Kablach.
That's it.
Hi, Mr. Kablach. You're not driving, are you?
No.
Okay, thank you. Would you be willing to cede any time of making a personal statement and just allow the board members to ask you questions?
Yeah, they can ask me questions, and then I guess I'll make a statement.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I do not have any questions for you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, sir. What is your current drinking? And how many days a week do you drink? And when you do drink on those days, how many do you have?
Occasionally on the weekend, maybe one or two.
Okay. Like both nights of the weekend, or?
No, usually just one.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about you were convicted of what, in your understanding?
Corruption of minors and indecent assault.
Okay. And you were how old at the time?
About 20.
And how old was the victim?
I'm not sure. Not 18. Know that.
Okay. And what exactly occurred?
We just went to a party where there was some underage drinkers, obviously. The party was held by someone, I believe, that was about 28 at that time. And there was a number of people there that were older, but evidently there was a number of people there that were younger that I wasn't aware of.
And what happened?
We just were drinking and just hanging out, mainly.
Well, that doesn't lead to indecent assault.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we were just like kind of hanging out and, with different people. And yeah, we met a couple girls there. I can tell you that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, sir, did you hook up with one of these girls?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with her?
Basically just kissing.
Okay. And so did did you know how old she was?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And then when do you get arrested for this offense?
When?
Yeah,
A
like how soon after this party? Did you get arrested that night?
couple months later, maybe.
Okay. And it looks like you were charged originally with involuntary deviant sexual intercourse, which is a felony, indecent assault, furnishing, and corruption of minors. Pretty serious offenses, right?
Yes.
And were you, I have that you were 22. I don't know if that's, I have that at the time of the offense, you were 22.
That's probably right.
Okay. And were you in college?
I believe I was at that time.
Okay. Had you ever had any prior criminal contact at that point in your life?
No.
Okay. So do you go to trial?
No.
You pled guilty to indecent assault. And why was that? Why did you do that?
Because I was wrong, and that's what I did. I just pled guilty to it.
And had you discussed with your attorney that you didn't know how old this young girl was?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you know that obviously for the charge of involuntary deviant sexual intercourse, there was an allegation, at least I imagine from the girl, that more than kissing happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. They just decided just to do it that way. That's what I remember from back then.
Well, I guess when you say you're not sure, are you not sure that that was the charge? Because I can tell you that it was, or are you not sure that maybe more happened between you and this young girl?
No, nothing more happened.
Okay.
I mean, the easiest way I can put it is, it was a party I was invited to 25 miles away from where I lived. The person having the party was someone older. There were younger people evidently there that I wasn't aware of. And, I've admitted I made this mistake many, many times. It's going on 35 years ago. I admitted it was wrong.
Did you have any interaction with this this person after this one encounter at this party?
No.
Do you have any idea why she would have said that something more serious happened than just kissing?
I believe what happened was it was an argument that was started with a girl that had the party, and she basically told them to go ahead and say things like that. That's from what I was told had happened. She was encouraged by the person that had the party to do this.
Do you know why? Like what the motive would have been for that?
I think her boyfriend or something was there with someone else. It was something like that. Some kind of issue with her boyfriend or somebody being mad.
And why do you want this pardon?
Again, like I said, it's been 35 years. Since then, I've gotten a college degree. I have a family, and I've had a successful career. Obviously, it's a very bad charge, and as I've said, I've agreed that it was wrong. I guess the only other way I could put it, it was totally unintentional. I know when you see things happen now, people go on the internet, they meet people, they know what they're doing. I guess I can only compare it to that. I went to a party 25 miles from where I lived, and all this happened, and it was all very bad. And if you look at my history, I was never in trouble before or after.
And you said you've had a successful career. What do you do?
I work in sales.
Okay. And are you currently employed?
Yes.
And what do you sell?
Do I really have to say where I work?
Could you just give me a general idea? You don't have to say where you work. Like generally, do you sell products?
Products, yeah.
Okay. And how long have you had that job?
This job, almost 1 year.
Okay. And prior to that, though, you've been in this line of work for a long time?
Yeah, my prior job was 20 years with the same
Okay.
company.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay.
Thank you. We are going to circle back to number 2, Jessica M. Miller.
Hello.
Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Let me go to my, okay.
Would you be willing to cede your time and allow the board members to just begin asking questions?
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, you're muted, Ms. Grayson.
My apologies. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Miller. It appears that there are several police reports dating as far back as 11/28 of 20 between you and your current boyfriend. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So how do you think your current relationship affects the way you think?
We are co-parenting right now. I just had a newborn, and I believe that our ability to do that at separate residence is probably the best form and course of action. So currently we're not involved in a romantic relationship. We're just co-parenting.
Okay. And how long have you all resided separately?
I have obtained my residence. I moved about a month ago when I updated it with the Board of Pardons in Harrisburg. I'm actually going to be updating that to a first floor residence at the same location in the apartment building here in a couple weeks when that becomes available, because I moved to be, moved to relieve myself from that situation once I had my daughter.
So are you currently dating, or are you just parenting?
We're co-parenting together. So we spend time together with our daughter, but we are not dating. We're not in a relationship.
Okay. Do you think you all would get back together at some point?
I don't foresee that. He had asked me to marry him a couple times during the pregnancy, and I had refused that because there's a lot of conflict there. We have been together, off and on for almost 5 years. And with that being said, there's a lot that goes into that whole, factor. Now that there's a child involved and seeing some of the history, I've moved on. I'm a realtor now. I've changed my career to better suit my daughter and spend as much time with her as I can.
Mm-hmm. I was asking those questions because you stated that you were involved in the sale of drugs, the illegal activity as a result of a bad relationship.
I understand that, yes.
Right. And again, on paper, and I understand what you just said, but on paper, it looks like you're in another bad relationship. And I was wondering if you thought that could lead you to criminal activity again.
No.
Okay. Aside from the bad relationship in 2024, what other insights do you have regarding your illegal activity?
So I provided some letters there of recommendation, a couple of those, one being from my former employer, Vonnie Capazzo, and then another one from not only someone that I went to school with and have known for a good portion of my life. Both of those people I've known for over 20 years, Vonnie being the first employer I had once I was released from incarceration, and have worked with her off and on throughout the years. And she had wrote a letter to attest to my character and good nature, as well as Heather. I had also worked with her in the insurance industry as an adjuster recently, and been able to, help people at that capacity. So I feel like I've I've made a couple bad mistakes, unfortunately, with relationships, and I am getting some counseling for that. But there's not, I've learned from that. I haven't done anything since then. And I've continued to educate myself and better myself despite some of the obstacles that I faced because of having a felony conviction.
All right. Well, congratulations on those things. But my question was more geared to your insight as to why you did the things you did when you did them. I know you said about the relationship. Okay. What about you? Looking back, what is it you think made you or didn't deter you from engaging in illegal activity?
I had, so there was multiple factors with that. Some of them being my lack of family support at the time and being in a situation where I was involved in a relationship with someone who exposed me to those types of activities, unfortunately. That type of, I've worked very hard since then to relieve myself and, be very selective to the best of my ability, and we're human, so, but to move forward from that and make better decisions. And like I said, I had, finished one degree. I went back recently, went for 2 other degrees. One of them was in political science, with a minor in like public policy. I wanted to get into law. I got into real estate because I had a baby, and so I did that, and that was one of my goals, maybe in the future to possibly go back to school, which is why I'm still pursuing the pardon, because I do like to educate myself and learn. And I feel like that happening at that point in my time was very much a teachable moment that you could go down, one path or the other.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. How long had you been using drugs before?
The conviction wasn't for using, it was for possession in the car.
So you never used drugs at all?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that what the convictions that you guys are assessing are actually for that.
Yes, ma'am.
I actually have a medical marijuana license right now.
I understand that, but my question to you is how long had you been using drugs?
I had used them around that time because, again, being in that relationship, as I had said, he had exposed me to that.
But how long? 2 years, a month? Can you
so that was back in, I'm sorry, so that was back in like the early 2000s. I'd probably say maybe a year or 2 years at that point.
Okay. And how long had you been selling drugs?
So he had been selling them. I had been with him for less than a year. So because I had recently moved in with him and his family, and no one in his family worked. I was the only person that worked, and he asked to use my car because he didn't have a car to go do this. So this happened several times. There was actually, I think, a formal person I used to work with that it was like an undercover thing, and she had reached out to me and started inquiring about this. And I knew that my ex said, "Oh, I could do this. I could, be involved in that situation." And he pushed and pushed and pushed because he didn't work, and I could only work so much. And I felt helpless. I felt like it was almost my job to kind of support them in a way. And my family, I didn't live with them at the time. My dad was going through bone marrow cancer, and my stepmom and I had like a falling out. It was a whole thing, but irregardless, I had, tried to do the best with the situation with what I was given. And obviously I didn't make some good decisions, and I have done my best to, repent for them and make better decisions moving forward.
Sure. What are you, you said you have a medical marijuana card now?
Correct.
And when did you get that card?
I've had that with the state for, I believe, 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
I obtained that back prior to when it was for, like for pain management, because I have cervical spine issues in my upper neck from a car accident. And then I've been using it for that as like a PRN.
All right, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Ma'am, so could you tell me the name of your boyfriend, your current boyfriend that you've had the interactions with over the last several years?
His name is Steve Keaton, Keyton.
So just to be clear, he had no he had no relation, he had no relevance to the.
Oh no, I didn't even live in this area. This happened in Adams County, and I have not lived in Adams County in many years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. So you said you have the you said you have the medical marijuana card. Are you, just out of curiosity, are you aware that that the pain reducing aspects of marijuana, to the extent they exist at all, are really confined to, CBD as opposed to THC, and that THC can have some negative side effects on people's moods and behavior?
Yeah, I've actually consulted with my physician because that's not the only reason that I take it, and have been working with them closely over the past couple years to work on my medical condition, as it were, and see my medical doctor every year regarding that.
Okay. Now I want to go a little bit more into the substance use. So you say that you have the medical card. So do you use do you have like a specific brand of marijuana that you use, or?
Yes, I go to Organic Remedies. So that's the dispensary that I've gone to since I've had my card. And like I said, I've spoken with the physician there, or the pharmacist rather. And then when we get our yearly, renewal, I speak with them about, any current or updated statuses, that could affect, my usage, and then adjust accordingly.
Okay.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you go. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, and I'm also involved in a study with the Penn State Hershey Medical Center regarding my medical marijuana usage. So that is also something I wanted to just acknowledge, because I don't think that was at the time within the confines of my report that I had, remitted to you all.
Okay. Now, so you're using that pretty much every day?
I'm using it as a PRN, but yeah, at some point I'm using it throughout the day when needed.
I see. Okay. Now, before you got the card,
I was not using.
You weren't smoking marijuana at all?
No. I was actually on probation as part of the conviction for, I believe, over 5 years. I was on probation and had never had any incidents or issues with that. Like I said, I never had any issues with it until I was in that situation. And now I'm, trying to get that taken away, since it's been about 20 years and I haven't had any, I'm using it in a legal and respectful way within the confines of the medical community.
So before you got the medical marijuana card, you never had used marijuana at all?
I didn't say that. As I stated earlier, I had used it back when, prior to the conviction, when I was in that relationship.
So you're telling me that from 2005 until your obtaining of the medical marijuana card, which it couldn't have been before, like, the last 5 years or so, you never used marijuana at all?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Totally clean?
Oh, I went to Colorado, and when I went to Colorado, so that's legal there. And I went there recreationally because, again, it's legal, and visited the Medicine Man dispensary and things like that. And they have like tour buses and whatnot. So within the confines of that, until it could be obviously legal here.
What year was that visit to Colorado?
That was back in probably 2015.
Okay. So you're saying from 2005 to 2015, you did not use any marijuana at all, but then you visited Colorado, for the purposes of marijuana tourism, basically?
Yeah, I went there. So when I was studying political science, I actually wrote a paper about medical marijuana as America's next cash crop and using that and the medicinal properties and using some of the case studies such as Colorado and California. And so when I had, pardon me, the allergies, when I had my opportunity to go there, I obviously went there and, as they say, when in Rome.
Yeah. But when did you write the paper, just out of curiosity?
So I wrote that when I was at Penn State, and that was about the same year. It's probably, I graduated in 2015 in December, so it was probably either 2014 or 2015.
But again, while you were, sort of developing this academic interest in marijuana as a cash crop and so forth, no cannabis use at all from the conviction until the visit to Colorado.
No.
Okay. And then when you returned from Colorado, you had no marijuana use either until you obtained the medical marijuana card?
No, because at that point I was using other forms with my neurologist. They did, I was in physical therapy and they did like injections into my neck, which were, cortisone shots. I did not respond well to that. And I started working with my practitioner and seeing between my pain management and some of my other medical conditions that I would qualify for to move over into that as a more holistic way between that and like my yoga and things like that to try to take more of the power back instead of being on. I was on 7 different medications at the time, and one of them being gabapentin, which gave me ringing in my ears, which I then had to take another medication for. I could see myself in the next 10 to 15 years, my quality of life deteriorating because of the deterioration on my liver, my kidneys, my quality of life. I'm taking those types of heavy level medications for such a long sustained period of time. I'll stop myself there. I don't want to continue on too much.
Have you ever thought, the record indicates in the last several years that you have considerable behavioral instability. And the reason why this is concerning to me, at least, and I don't speak for the rest of the board, is that because behavioral instability and aggression can lead to crime. It can lead to assaults. It can lead to all kinds of difficulties, especially within the interpersonal dynamic of a difficult relationship. Do you have any concern that your, apparently legal but habitual use of marijuana could be exacerbating your, any behavioral instability that you have and making it more likely that you're going to get in trouble again?
No, I feel like it helps create a balance in my life where I'm able to manage certain aspects. Like I had mentioned earlier, I've been seeking counseling. I'm working with domestic violence regarding, some of my choices in relationships that are reflections of, things that have happened in my past that I'm, actively working on to heal and work from as a person. And, I know that can create issues and has, unfortunately, recently, which I'm working to amend and have removed myself from the situation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, your sentence was 5 years of intermediate punishment. What was the intermediate punishment plan?
So the first was I was in prison for about a month, I believe it was, in Adams County Jail. And then after that, I was released on house arrest. And I believe that was, pardon me. Originally, it was for 6 months, but I think because I stayed a little longer in prison because they hadn't had like the ankle monitor to release me, it was a little less, but it ended up being like 5.5 months. During that time, no violations, nothing happened. And then the rest of that time was like probation, where I just had a probation officer and they would come into my work. I would, have your analysis, so on and so forth. And again, I believe that was Brian Wagner was my probation officer, if I remember correctly. And this was all in Dauphin County. Again, my conviction was in Adams County. So I also removed myself and did not associate with those people once that had, transpired with the conviction.
Was there any treatment component attached to that?
Yes, I went to NA, I believe it was Narcotics Anonymous, and then I also did some community service. I did some freelance graphic design work for the Girl Scouts, which I have been a Girl Scout for, 10 plus years growing up, and designed a logo for them for a fundraiser. And, as part of that, and then obviously had some counseling as well.
And was the counseling focused into substance abuse?
It was focused into factors that led to, being in a situation with somebody where I had allowed myself to, do those, be around and in those activities, in that environment, as it were.
All right. And how long did you attend NA?
I intended it for, they had like a course that you went through and you got like a certificate. So that way it proved that you had went through the, whatever you call it, the court like would mandate it if my lawyer suggested doing it, part of that. So because the court, if you didn't do it, the court's going to ask you to do it. So I went ahead and did it once I knew that the conviction, that I was going to plead and say that I was, guilty.
So how long did you actually attend?
I believe this was like 20 years ago. So I'm sorry. It's a little hard for me to remember. It was probably, I know it was at least once a week. It was in, and at the time I was doing it in Dauphin County. It was in Steelton. It was probably at least once or twice a week. And I'm thinking it was for maybe 6 months. I'm not sure the exact length of time. I'd have to, I don't know if it's in my court documents anywhere. I had a hard time obtaining the files that I did provide to you because they had it on microfilm at the court.
All right. So you attended NA. They had some counseling assigned to you. Is that correct?
I don't believe they assigned it to me. I went to counseling. Like I've been going on and off to counseling throughout the years.
So from what you're describing, the only conditions of the intermediate punishment plan was a month in jail, 6 months house arrest, electronic monitoring, probation, and Narcotics Anonymous.
Yeah, I believe there was some, like I said, I think there was a community service component to that because I remember doing that graphic design thing for the Girl Scouts for the one fundraiser they had.
And what was your substance abuse history prior to all this?
It was more, I was around kids I shouldn't have been around growing up, and when I got in that relationship, he exposed me to things and it was normal for them. It was normal for his family. I had a situation, like I said, where I was in my early teens. I had just gotten out of college and I moved in with him very quickly and it became very overwhelming for me. And then being in that situation, with, the selling of the marijuana, it just, I knew it was wrong and I told him it was wrong, but it was like, he was, he was the boss in the relationship. Like, what am I, he said, well, you're not doing it. You're just driving the car. Well, they ended up taking my car because I knew about it. I was still like, you know what I mean? You get charged with the same thing, so the best thing I could think to do, was I spoke with my mom and I moved up to Harrisburg area. I got help. I did, all the things I could think to do and stop talking to those people, do what I was going to nursing school at Hack after I grad, because I like to learn, and I had to stop that because you can't do clinicals with a felony conviction, so that also affected my career trajectory,
All right. So you had said you were in this relationship for about a year, less than a year.
Less than a year. Yeah.
And you were using for about 2 years.
Yeah. So prior to that, I had started so I had known his sister in high school. So it was, like I said, I had known that family. I went to high school with Brandon, which was his sister, and she had come around because I had a place and I was working. So she started, oh, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. It's just, I didn't have a lot of good guidance growing up. And I see that now in retrospect of, of reflecting and healing from some things. And if I would have had some more, parental supervision or some guidance with that, I probably wouldn't have hung out with those people. I would have had maybe a better sense of like, hey, you have a safe place to go, you have a home, you know, and these types of things. I didn't have that, and that's part
Okay.
of, you know, part of, if you don't have that, sometimes, you know, people can kind of coerce you to do things, even if you know, and you feel bad because it's not just you, and you can only make so much money, and there's all these people and you're living there, so you feel bad, like you have to take care of them. And he was
Okay.
like, oh, I just need to use your car. It's just, you know, you just driving me here and that. And, you know, I know the guy and this, that, and the other thing. It won't be, you know, he minimized everything to the point where it seemed okay, you know, and
All right. Thank you.
and I know better, you know, like obviously 20 years down the road, I'm not, you know, 19, 20 years old doing this. I'm 40 years old, you know. Since then, you know, like I said, I have 2 other degrees. I, you know, would have liked to have pursued in a different career. You know, I was doing insurance. I've since adjusted my life so that I could be more present for my daughter and do the real estate, which I'm doing well at. You know, and I'm co-parenting. I mean, doing the best that I can and seeking help when I'm able, you know, to have those things and to have the counseling and to recognize my patterns and to learn from them and to do the best I can.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
You're welcome. Sorry about the difficulties earlier.
No worries. We're going to circle back to number 3, Nikki L. Cain. Good morning, Ms. Cain. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay.
Would you be willing to cede your time and allow the board members to just ask you questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Cain. As far as the 36 pounds of marijuana, are you saying that you had no idea that the package that you signed for contained the marijuana?
No, ma'am.
Why did the person who resided at the house, did they tell you they were expecting a package?
No, ma'am. I had just moved in at the time. And when we were moving in, you know, family members there, everybody there. So it was just a lot of movement going and, you know, everything going on. So at that time, I was not aware. And it probably just didn't even dawn on me on what was actually going on. I just at that time, I just wasn't even thinking.
Right. If you had just moved in and there were other adults there, why would you take the responsibility of signing for the package?
Because moving in, I had things coming from me moving in, dishes or things like that that I had ordered. So at that time, it was a lot of movement going on, so I didn't pay attention.
So you didn't, but you knew your name wasn't on it, right?
I didn't even pay attention to the name or anything. I had my kids were little at the time, so I was kind of like in a mix of them answering the door, getting the stuff off of the truck. So it was a lot of movement going on at that time. Excuse me.
When was the last time you were employed?
Same for last year. Been at the post office for 12 years prior to this new job.
Okay. And in addition, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm now from the post office. I'm now working with a nonprofit agency, the Open Door, and I'm the housing navigator for HIV participants.
Okay. Thank you. In addition to the charge in 2000 for which you are seeking a pardon, you've had several other charges for theft. My question to you is, were you involved with drugs when those crimes were committed? Were you involved in drugs with the thefts? Is that why you were stealing?
I may have been in alcohol abuse. I'm never done drugs.
Okay.
I may have been in an alcohol abuse situation at that time because I did used to drink heavily.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that why you were stealing? Is that why you were stealing?
I think the retails may have just been a cover up from a lot of things in my life.
Okay. And can you tell me what your association was with, I hope I pronounced these right, Dante Williams, Babylon, Sloan, Cynthia, and Cynthia Garrett, the persons to whom the package of drugs was addressed? What was your relationship with those people?
I don't know those names.
You don't know those names at all?
No.
Could they have persons in the household?
No, I don't know those names. Somebody must have been using different names. I don't know those names.
Do you know a Cynthia Garrett?
No, ma'am.
And you don't know a Dante Williams?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't know a Baylon, Baylon Sloan?
Baylon is my cousin.
Okay. And was she selling drugs?
He's a guy.
Was he selling drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, was he selling drugs at that time?
I'm not sure. He's, like I said, he's a family member. So, he would come around periodically. Me and his sister is really close. So, in a mix of her probably being around, he was around. From that point, I have not spoken. Well, Baylon has not spoken to me since back then. So, I don't know. That's a good question that I've always asked all these years too, but I never made a big fuss about it because people have their own agendas and they wake up different every day. So yeah, that kind of baffled me too.
All right, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay.
So, ma'am, just so I understand from what Miss Grayson asked you,
Right.
You had no idea that a crime was occurring.
I had no idea. I wasn't even paying attention to whatever was going on that day. Like I stated, it was just such a busy day. And I just had I just did not know. I'm sure I wasn't in the right state of mind on whatever was happening. So I did not know, was not aware.
Okay, why did you plead guilty then if you had no awareness of anything that was going on? Why?
When we got to the police barracks, like it just went on and on about my kids, like they were going to take my kids and all of this. So that's why, I just pleaded guilty because they made it like it was basically all my fault. It was mine. It was a big scenery in the barracks. So I guess at that time I was afraid because my kids were little at that time.
Who were you represented by? The public defender?
I think I was represented by Ralph Karsh at that time.
So you did have a lawyer?
Yes.
You paid the lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't just like in one moment where you developed, your decision to plead guilty, right? I mean, this was something you had time to think about, correct?
Right. And the lawyer also told me to take the plea. I'm pleading out because all I know is I don't want my kids to be in the system.
But again, you didn't do anything,
Exactly. And I told the lawyer this at the time, like everything that I'm saying right now, I explained this to the lawyer on what happened. But for whatever reason, I don't know how the system works when it comes to these type of situations. But that came down to the point of me having to take a plea. I don't know if it was because I was there or they were saying that I knew about it and I didn't know about it. I don't know why it came down to it, but it kind of like forced my hand to take a plea.
Right.
So here I am now, 24 years later, you know what I mean? Trying to figure out like.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to come back to that offense in a second, but the 2003, the theft by deception and the forgery, okay, like the record indicates that like the last action was like at the magisterial court. Like, did that ever go to trial? Like, I mean, it just sort of like drops off the planet,
Yeah, because I didn't have any involvement in that at all. We did the signature analysis, and it wasn't my signature. Maybe somebody had my ID or just had something going on that it came about that it wasn't my writing or anything, whatever was being written. I don't know.
Okay. It doesn't necessarily say that it was withdrawn, but you're saying it was withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what was your understanding at the time of your plea for the 2000 offense of your financial responsibilities?
What do you mean by that?
Costs, like to complete your sentence. Did you have any understanding that there were costs associated with this crime that you would need to pay off to complete your sentence?
The fines, yes. And I was getting notifications in the beginning. After a while, I thought it was being garnished from my wages. And I just never.
Why did you feel like it was being garnished from your wages? Did you see it being garnished from your wages on your pay?
Not my actual wages, but like my income tax. Because I never really inquired about it after that until it was stated that it went to collections. Not when I went and checked about it upon filling out the pardon application and all of that here lately. But I thought it was being taken out of my income tax at a certain point in time.
Were you ever told that would be the case?
No, sir.
Okay, so you just sort of thought of it.
I assume. Yes, I assume.
Is it true that you've never made a single payment more than possibly $20 to the costs in 25 years approximately?
Truthfully, it may have been. I'm not really sure, sir.
Did you ever remember making a single payment to it?
I did.
How many? What was your payment?
I can't recall it at this time. I don't even know what the original amount was at this point.
$1,225.
Oh, that's what the original amount was, and it's $1,100 still today.
1,155, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Could you pay that off today? I mean, you have a job, right?
Yes, I do. And
Okay.
I'm definitely committed to paying this off.
How committed are you? Could you pay it off today? And
I couldn't pay it off
Secretary
today.
know about it?
I can pay it by the beginning, by the 31st.
Could you put it on a credit card?
I don't have any credit cards today.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Just a couple questions. Going back to the offense,
Yes.
you didn't know what you were signing for. Did you use a different name? A fake
No.
name? Because in the
Right.
initial reports, it indicates that you signed for the package with a fake name.
What name did I sign it with?
I don't know. I'm just reading what's in the reports.
Yeah, no, I didn't sign it with it. I didn't know what name to sign it under, so I just signed my name. I didn't ever look at the package to see what name it was because I figured it was something that I had ordered for the house.
Okay, so you believe you signed your name?
I'm sure I have. I'm sure, yes, I signed my name. I just really can't recall all of what had happened that particular day. I just know I was moving in. The kids and family was there. It was just a lot of movement, of so much movement at that time.
Okay. And you had been working full-time for 12 years with the post office?
Yes. I was with the post office for the 12 years. Prior to that, I did 6 years managing gas stations throughout the Pittsburgh city. And before then, I was working with Adcock, like a tool supply company over in Homestead. So I've always, worked as much as I could when the kids were little. It may have been part-time, but as they got older, I started a lot of full-time employment.
Why did you leave the post office?
I left the post office because I wasn't living my purpose. Now that I'm helping the homeless, it's something that I want to do as far as helping other people. So I just wasn't living in my purpose at the post office.
Okay. And kind of going back to this fines and costs, you thought that was being
Yes.
pulled out of your income
And that
tax?
was my yes, because I didn't hear it get any paperwork or anything after that. So I blew it off. That was my negligence on that fine, and I should have been paying something towards it since then before I even started trying to apply for this. And then when it came up, it was just like, oh, I thought that was being taken out of my income tax. I just never really thought back on it anymore over the years.
When did it come up? How long ago?
Now, since I put in the application, that's when everything just started surfacing, like the fine and all that. But through the years, I've never got any paperwork, anything, no collection agency or nothing about it.
So, but they informed you that this was out when you were doing the investigation with this. Is that correct?
Right. Yes, when I just
Okay.
put in the application.
And how long ago was that?
I'm not sure how long. I guess it's been a couple months now.
Okay. And have you made any attempt in trying to figure this out?
Yes. I've been planning on how to put this together as far as making this payment could go away. I just started work in November, and last year, I was kind of like catching up with a lot of different bills from when I left the post office. So my money's now has just been like playing catch up. Basically, I make enough just to pay rent and my regular bills. So went down and they gave me the number to contact the collection agency to kind of work out some type of payment plan or whatever. And I'm just willing to try and just do it in 2 payments and get this done and over with.
But have you called them since you found out about all this and you got the number?
No, not yet, because I just want to pay 600 here and then another 600 and be done.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a few questions, ma'am. Now,
Yes.
I understand you're saying, you weren't involved in this or didn't know. How about, when and it sounds like you were scared. They were talking about taking your kids and everything. So you were nervous about that, which is certainly understandable. When you when you ultimately pled, was it some kind of plea bargain? In other words, did they promise you probation or something if you pled guilty?
Okay. Yes, I did. And I pled guilty when they wanted to know what was all, you know, who was who all at the house. When the gentleman just read, and I mean, when the young lady just read all the different names, at that time, they may have read all the different names to me as well. So I kind of reiterated on who was who. You know, they probably pinpointed who the names that I gave them was who they were. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure at the time of everything that was going on. All I wanted to do was come out of there, get my kids. So I just cooperated with whatever they needed, whatever information that I knew about the Dante or whoever else she said, they said their names was. My cousin Baylon was the only person that was there that I knew.
I get you,
So
but
I elaborated on my situation with Baylon.
got it.
I don't know if he was into anything or I don't know, you know what I mean? I just gave them the information about Baylon.
And as a result of that, you were able to get probation and
Yes.
and actually go home. So even though, you know, you told your lawyer that you weren't involved, there's risk obviously to go into trial, and you were concerned about those. So you took this plea.
Right.
Okay. And then you were asked some questions about the forgery charge, which,
Right.
you know, the record indicates it was null prost, which is like it was withdrawn, right?
Right.
Okay. And then, you know, the one question.
They told me to come in and do a handwriting analysis.
Right.
I didn't need a lawyer or anything like that. And that's all I did at that point. So that just kind of like went away.
And they went through those charges. Now, the one piece though that I think, you know, I appreciate that you're saying you want to take care of this fine and you didn't know about it. Well, you know, I think my fellow board member, Mr. Gubernick, you know, raised a valid point, which is, you know, why wouldn't you, when you knew this hearing was today, like, why wouldn't you call?
You're right.
Even make a payment?
You're right.
Why go with, I need to pay it, I just want to get it over with, I'm going to make $600.
You're right.
Why not do a $20 payment and tell this board, look, I have to pay my rent, I have to do this, but I made a $20 payment and I'm going to keep doing it.
Right. For yours, yes, trust and believe. And that's been my main thing before I even got here today, of how I'm going to explain about this 20-year-old payment that I neglected all this time. And it seems like every time I try to make a plan to do this, I just went through a whole situation of my car breaking down, having to take, you know, busting all at the work. So it's like every time I get a single dime, the money is going somewhere else.
I get you.
I'm just making a serious commitment at this point. Regardless of whatever happens here today, I'll have to get it off, because this is one thing that I noticed. In order for me to move into a place where there's where they do credit checks and background checks, the judgment is on there. So if I have a judgment moving in, and I just found this out trying to move, that the judgment is on there. In certain places, you cannot move if you still owe a fine.
I get you. Let me ask you, so this brings me back to an earlier question. It sounds like you had a full-time job with the post office, right? And that would have been a federal position.
Right.
Right? So explain to me, because I understand wanting to do something you're passionate about. Maybe I didn't understand your answer, but why would you leave a federal position, a full-time job? Explain that to me.
Yeah. Mentally, it was just not a good mental place for me. It sent a lot of triggers with it, because I went through a lot working there. So mentally, it wasn't for me. I needed to be somewhere where I can be myself and kind of like live in what I want to live in. I'm sorry for the tears.
That's
But
okay.
it's kind of triggering when I have to keep going back talking about post.
How long did you work there for?
I started there in 2012. And I went to different locations and I worked, but it mentally
When did you leave? What year?
20 last year.
Okay.
Last year. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cain.
Yes.
Next, we'll call Sonya Kapcin. Good morning, Ms. Kapcin.
Hi.
Would you be willing to cede your time and allow the board members to just jump into asking you questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't find my mute button. My mute button. I apologize. Good morning. My question is, my questions are rather, do you still attend NA or AA?
I actually went the holistic approach. I'm a holistic coach. So my recovery isn't the traditional. I found long-term recovery through holistic approaches, and I'm very dedicated.
Yeah, can you expound on that? Can you provide more information what that entails, please?
Sure. So I now address myself on a holistic level, being physically, emotionally, spiritually, and mentally. I went forth and got a degree as a holistic practitioner, a master's, and then I became a holistic coach, and I do recovery coaching for other people. I still very much use the methods I learned from years of NA, excuse me. But yeah, I've kind of went on a different path that has proven to work very well for me. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Now, does the holistic approach that you're taking, does that entail or does that encompass dealing with your diagnosis of clinical depression and anxiety?
So yes, this whole thing started out with me doing very extensive deep trauma therapy, which catapulted everything else. So until I did that portion, which I did weekly for 2 years, then I moved into all this. So that precipitated it. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And what is the longest period of time that you've been drug-free?
I've been drug-free since March of 2018.
Okay. Is that so from 18 to now?
Yes, ma'am.
That be the longest period of time that
Yes,
you've been?
ma'am.
Okay. And what about alcohol?
No, nothing mind altering.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, ma'am, you would say that like maintaining recovery is like part of your professional brand.
Absolutely.
And if you relapsed, you'd sort of be without your business, essentially.
I would think so, yes.
Yeah. And just to confirm, sorry if I'm asking the same question over again, but
No,
that includes, when you say mind altering, that includes no marijuana.
Absolutely nothing. I take the most thing I take is an or ibuprofen.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Could you just kind of give me a little more information about how you're maintaining your sobriety?
Sure. So like the first thing that started after I did the trauma therapy, I just to put it in an easy way to understand, I got a life. I found purposeful meaning. I decided to go back, like I said, to get this degree, and I got very involved with family and friends and animals. And by doing that, I started taking care of myself emotionally. I did that through gaining emotional agency and working on myself and gaining coping methods for when things, happen. Spiritually, I have a spiritual connection to turn to in times of, unrest or whatnot. Mentally, going back to school and doing all those things got my cognitive abilities back and gave me like a purpose. I've always been a learner. I had lost that in my addiction. And physically taking care of myself. I wreaked a lot of havoc on my body. And now, like, I view the body as a temple, what I put in it. So, like, all these methods and my strong foundation with other people that do these are what keeps me motivated. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but I guess the rest of it hasn't been that long that
I've been clean.
Yeah.
So the since March 2018, however, the person I was when I committed those crimes 19 and a half years ago, I haven't been on that level in a very long time. That was my desperation.
All right, but from the record I'm reading, from 89 to 2011, you were attending NA?
Yes, I did the 12-step programs for years, yes.
Okay. And were you using during that period of time?
Oh, I had many periods of when I gained clean time. I had periods where I had a year here, a year there. But it wasn't until I dressed myself really deep with the core trauma therapy that I got to the root of the problem that opened up everything else. Does that answer your question, or?
Well, where I'm going with it is, tell me, how have you thought through what would occur for you to relapse?
There's nothing that could take me to relapse if and I don't have I'm sure you don't have the time to hear of the things that have happened in my life since getting clean, that I have maintained my sobriety. Like, it's solid. I never want to go back to that feeling. I can remember that feeling 19 and a half years ago if I close my eyes. I can remember the desperation and the person I was. I'm just not there anymore. And until I got deep into dealing with that trauma of why I made the decisions I did and how I lost my way, I couldn't get further. So for me, there's nothing for me to relapse. I've lost a lot. People, there's been situations. I handle everything because now I have emotional agency and coping mechanisms, and I utilize the coping mechanisms to get me through. So I, do not see me picking up any substance to cure any issue in my life ever again. I don't want that life. Does that answer? Or
thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Harris, are you finished?
Yes, Jennifer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a couple quick things, and I apologize if you've covered this, but so this offense happened in 06?
05.
Okay. And what happened when you went into that gas station?
What happened? I was thinking about this because I've been sitting on this call waiting. The desperation I felt at that time, I really, and I wrote it in my statement, I was just hoping to die. I don't know what was in my head. What was in my head was whatever happens, happens. I lost all hope. Maybe it was a cry to get caught. I don't know. All I can tell you is that I was so far removed from the core of who I am. Even after my trial, the gentleman came up to me from the gas station, put his hand on me and said, "I know that wasn't you." So, I don't know if it was clear to other people that was not where I belonged, but yeah. Does that answer your question?
Did you plead guilty or take a trial?
Oh, I pled guilty.
Okay. And so this happens, 05, 06. And then it seems like, you said, I'm not you were asked some questions about sort of your sobriety and whatnot. You said, Well, I'm not the person, even though I continue to use, I'm not the person I was I was never, like, once I hit that low, I was never there again, if I understood your answer.
You did. Yes. Yeah, that wasn't, yeah, I was scared. I'm not a criminal mastermind.
Got it. Well, but it seems like in March of 2018, I mean, you hit rock bottom.
March of 2018. Oh, well, what happened? Are you asking me what happened in March in 2018?
Well, I guess that seems pretty serious and significant to me. It wasn't a crime, but it was certainly as significant as it can get in terms of.
So what happened what happened in all that time period that it took me to March of 2018? Is that what I'm just?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, and I wanted a life. I no longer wanted to be that person. I lost my grandfather, who was my cheerleader throughout life and who lost probably all respect for me. And I knew I was a better person, and I wanted to be a productive member of society, and I wanted to be happy, and I wanted to go on vacations and be a good family member. It just was like, this is done. I have to do something. And that's when I got serious. I was open and ready to the therapy. Does that answer your question, or?
Well, but that didn't happen from 2006 to 2018, right?
I did a lot more of the 12-step programs. I didn't do much therapy. I did more of the 12-step programs. I had, sponsors. I worked steps. I did everything I was supposed to do in the program, but I never dove into my mental health issues. Is that where you're?
Well, how did you get fentanyl how did you get the fentanyl you had in March of 18?
I bought it. I bought it. I had from 2016 to 2018, I was doing like the MAT programs. So I wasn't like living street life, if that makes any sense. I wasn't living street life. I was doing the MATs, but I was still teeter-tottering. I guess I had, if I remember the exact circumstances, I had a moment. I went out of weakness. I went out and bought something. It killed me. And then I was like, okay, this is just, you're going to die. You're going to die. Do you want to die? At one point, I wanted to die. At that point, I no longer wanted to die. I wanted to be a productive member of society. And I'm like, what do I need to do here? And I was ready.
And was that the first time you had ever overdosed?
No. It was
Why
not.
was this time different then?
My heart hurt more. I felt it on a different level. Like, this is not, I can't do this. If I was going to go down that path, I needed it to be over. So it was like a do or die decision. Like, either get it together or go out there and continue and just die and leave everybody alone, your family included.
Who was the victim in the incident at the gas station? Who
the gentleman he was the worker behind the counter.
But you didn't have a gun.
No, I had a potato peeler that I pretended was a gun.
And
well, are you asking me what I did?
Well, what do you, so you didn't have a gun. Was anybody really in danger?
Well, they didn't know that. I pretended like I had a gun, so he didn't know that. He told after the trial, that's when I knew that wasn't you. Like, I don't know what he was thinking, if he was actually scared. He didn't appear to be, but I pretended I had a gun. So like, he probably had to be concerned that there was a possibility that I did.
Was anybody else in the store?
No.
So who would you say was in danger?
Well, I guess he was in danger because I don't know what I would have done had he said no. If you're asking me seriously, I would have turned and ran out. I would have never put my hands on him, and I would have never had a real gun. But I mean, the fact that I pretended like I did put him in danger. I mean, I can't say my actions didn't make this man scared, because I don't know.
What time of day was it?
It was morning.
Were there people, was this gas station, were there people, I mean, it sounds like your accomplice was outside. Were there people outside?
So there was no accomplice. He was at home. I don't know, like, if the eyewitnesses got it wrong. It was literally me, drove my car there, parked it behind, I think it was a catering business, I learned later, sat behind the gas station trying to get up my nerve, then went in myself, did what I did, ran out across the street, made it back to my car and left.
And I guess what I was getting at is if he thought you had a gun, which is what you wanted him to think, he could have pulled out a gun.
Absolutely.
And he could have killed you and maybe others standing in the nearby. I mean, whether you had a gun or not, it doesn't matter. That's
Right.
the danger of it.
Absolutely. And I pretended like I did. And that's, I mean, if he would have had a gun and shot me, he would have been within his right.
And what was your sentence for this?
So I got probation. I went in front of the judge. I had a lawyer and I went in front of the judge and I had reporting probation and a fine. I had to pay back the money. It was actually quite a light slap on the wrist, to be honest with you.
Were you aware at the time that, like, obviously it looks like you were charged with robbery, and under the law at that time, it doesn't really matter if you have a gun or not. It's a 5-year mandatory minimum. So you could have been sent to a state correctional facility for 5 to 10 based on what you did.
I absolutely did not realize the significance of that until my lawyer told me. And I absolutely did not recognize the significance of what it did to the rest of my life. I was in a master's program and I couldn't do my internship, and it completely stopped my career moving forward. And I've never been able to do it since. So no, I had no foresight into any of this.
And is this your first application?
For pardon? Yes.
Why now?
Because after I did all the hard work and I knew that I was where I wanted to be in life, and I don't want this to define my future. So yes, I'm starting my own business, but I also want to be employable to the other, like, service platforms. I want to be able to help people. Like, if I want to go into a rehab and do groups or whatever, I have to pass a check. I can't be of service if I have this on my record in certain instances. And I know that I'm very solid in who I am. I love myself now. I love my family. I'm dependent on. So I know that I'm ready to be free of the stigma that I created on myself. Does that answer your question?
Well, let's say we get you your pardon. Are you going to talk about what happened, what you did still?
I forget that this happened. I mean, I don't forget that it happened, but it was 19 and a half years ago. I'm so far removed from that person. One of my letters, I don't know if you read the character references. There was a friend of mine that I met 10 years ago, and she said, until you revealed that to me, I wouldn't even know that was who you were. So if somebody asks me, what did you do in your addiction? I share it freely. I don't pretend I'm not who I am. I'm not sure if you're asking to an employer, would I not reveal this?
No, I was asking generally, as you share your story and encourage others, whether you would talk about what you describe as your lowest point, which involved this.
Yes. There's no, I don't pretend I'm not. Yeah. I want people to find hope that you can be there and get there. So absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kapcin.
Thanks.
Next, we will call James D. Morris.
Oh, wait, I'm done?
Yeah. Mr. Morris, can you just confirm that it's you on the iPhones?
It's me.
Thank you. Would you be willing to cede your time and just allow the board members to start asking questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Grayson, you're muted.
Sorry, I thought I had unmuted myself. I'm not doing well today with this mute. My apologies. Looking at the incident, I believe I wrote this down right. Can you tell me, I know the charge was withdrawn, but can you tell me what happened in the 5/27/24 incident?
Sir, you're muted.
Sorry about that. My sister and father had a misunderstanding where they was going back and forth with each other. And me and my brothers were there, and we, was breaking the fight up. Well, they weren't fighting; they just were, screaming, getting in each other's faces. So we were able to, separate them and get my father in the living room and my sister pretty much, outside when she came back in to get her children. Because this was, I think, Memorial Day. Memorial Day, we had a cookout, big cookout. Everything was going well until at the end we were discussing. My mother had passed away, and her date was coming up June 5th, and we were discussing, what we were going to do to, celebrate her passing. My sister suggested that, we go to some type of bar or something, and my father had made a comment like, no, I don't think that's a good idea, especially if you guys are going to be intoxicated. And, she went off on him, telling him this, it didn't have nothing to do with him, and telling, just disrespecting him. Of course, he got upset, and we had to, separate him. Like I said, we separated him, got him separated to where, things calmed down. And when my sister was leaving to get her kids, she went back there and, said, what she said to my father to, stir things up. Like, I think she told him she wished it was him that died instead of my mother. And, that stirred everything up. But in the midst of that, like, they're back, going back and forth, and we're trying to break it up. My nephew had jumped in there and was tugging on my dad, and I had restrained him, not no choking him or anything like that, just a soft restraint. And when I gripped him up by his shirt to pull him off of my dad, because he was acting in a physical manner, I had told him to mind your business, stand a child's place. He apologized, everything was cool. From my understanding, I didn't know that, I was made out that I did something wrong, because what was said wasn't the truth at all. I did not strangle him. I did not put my hands on him in a physical negative way. When I grabbed him off of my father, I let him know that that's my father. Like, what makes you think you could, put your hands in front of, you're a kid, you're a 12-year-old boy. Like, you gotta stay out of this. This is how, things happen to innocent, little kids by minding grown folks' business. Suppose my dad turned around, pushed him off of him, he hit his head off or something, and caused a bigger accident. So I was explaining that to him. We managed to get my sister outside with her kids, and we're calming my dad down in there. And my brother, who the owner of the house, my sister was outside making a scene outside. So now she's out there, I think, with my other sister, and she's being loud. So my brother, LaRon, being out of his house, went outside and asked her. He just told her, just leave. Don't make a scene, because he had just moved to where he was at, where we were at. And from my understanding, she told him what? When he asked her, just go home, sis, she had told him, boy, I ain't going nowhere. She'll spit on him. And that's what caused them to, go back and forth. I hear a banging on a door, and that's when I open the door. I see my sister spit at my brother, and she ran, and he was chasing after her. So I went to make sure he don't put his hands on her. So I go to stop that. He didn't put his hands on her. I tell him to go in the house. Now my other brother's out there with his pregnant baby's mom. And
so that's where all this kind of to interrupt you. My apologies, but so all this was a family situation turned bad, pretty much.
yeah, well, it really didn't turn bad on the guys, and it was just really my sister going like crazy. She just drug all of us into it. She attacked his pregnant girlfriend for telling him to come in the house. So I feel like she was just way too, intoxicated. So when she attacked the pregnant girlfriend, my brother, whose baby it was, restrained her off of her because he didn't want an incident happening with the baby. So now somehow she grabs his hair, he gets on the ground so she don't pull it out. I come in to break it up. I have to pry her hands off of his hair because the grip is so hard, which it kind of rubbed her the wrong way. And, she spit at me and ran and got in her car. And, she made little remarks to me telling me my son was ugly and, that's why he's going to die. I have a, sick son who, has a severe brain injury. So it was really just, one person, really going wild. And if you read the report, you would see that it says that my brother and his baby mom jumped her as well.
Okay.
But only the males was arrested. If this was true, like the police failed us in so many ways. We explained to them we did anything. My father explained to him that we didn't put our hands on her. It was just my sister's a person who knows how to work the system in her favor, and that's what she did on that day. I didn't put my hands on her. I did not strangle my nephew in no way, shape, or form. I was actually there trying to make sure things didn't escalate into a physical manner. That was my part I played in it. And again, I get messed over.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Can you tell me from the crimes for which you are seeking a pardon, some of them go back from 2003, some 21 years ago. Then you had a couple other charges, the last one being in 2007, where you had a loaded gun. What, if anything, have you learned over the years since these crimes that what have you learned over the years?
Well, I learned, a lot. Like I'm just a totally different person. Just on a mature level. Back then when I was, interacting in those type of things, it was just like a phase. It's nothing like that because someone, was hurt in the process of this phase, but it's like trying a food for the first time and you don't like it. So you just don't interact in those type of thing, or you don't try that food again because you don't like it. It was a phase. I was an athlete coming up. I played basketball. I was a superstar. I was very, very good at it all the way up until I got to ninth grade. I was taken away from my mother at the age of 8 against, my will. My mother was a good mother to me. She just had a drug addiction, excuse me, which, that never had a effect on me and how my mother was a parent to be. My mother was a loving, caring parent. I knew my mother loved me. So, that's the first person I ever loved, my first best friend. So, when she was taken away from me, it affected me in so many different ways. So many ways people, wouldn't even know. Like I never really got to express it. Like mental, like I wouldn't say I was going through I will say I was going through something mentally. I wouldn't say it was like something mentally ill. Like I just like someone like if your mother was removed out of your life, and this is for anybody, and you love your mother and you know your mother loves you, but you're a kid and you really don't understand the full reason, why this is happening. My parents, both of them were alive and well. They both were wonderful parents. I didn't see the neglect, or I didn't feel that physically. I never seen it. Like I said, my mother made sure I ate, made sure I was clothed. She empowered me as a young man. She made me because she didn't have a man. She made me a leader, the leader of her home, things like that. She just was a wonderful, mother to me. She just had a drug addiction, and that's the only thing that was wrong with my mom. She was a beautiful person. So it kind of like I played sports, and I got to ninth grade, and I got cut because I didn't have the grades. You need a 2.0 to play. I had a 1.9. And mind you, I'm a superstar. This never happened to me. It was the first time I really faced, some type of adversity other than, experiencing, the situation with my mom. And it just kind of threw me off. I didn't like the way my high school was running their basketball program. I thought that, as a kid, like, play your best players. And there were guys who, weren't better than me, but had, better grades, 4.0s, 3.5s,
Right.
and things
So-
like that. So
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. Just, so did you get counseling, for what you are saying that you experienced?
no, I never had counselor ever. I never even heard of this stuff until, as I got older, you knew there was like some type of help, and like in our homes, counseling means like you're crazy or something. So that never was, presented to me as a young man. And I needed it because I was hurting, bad. There was nights, where I won't go to sleep till 3, 4 in the morning, just waiting to see if, my mom would come to my grounds, to visit. I would leave school early, fake like my stomach hurt, just to see if I could, catch my mom. You know what I mean? I love my mom, like anybody else. You love your mom. You don't ever want to be separated. And it crushed my world. But
Right.
so I'm 15 in the ninth grade, and I get cut second half. I would say around like March, April,
Mm-hmm.
and that was my second love, basketball, sports. So when that happened to me, I just, I went left. I had more time to myself, started smoking, and that escalated to drinking, and my grandma tried to move us to Atlanta, Georgia. And, we were doing good for ourselves up here. I had a summer job working for youth places. So I didn't understand the move. My brother was a senior in high school. He was graduating, honor roll student at Oliver High School in Pittsburgh. But when we get down to Georgia, I'm in the 10th now. When we get down to Georgia, we don't have enough credits. So my brother's no longer a senior. He's in the 11th grade. And I'm no longer a 10th grader. I'm a ninth grader. So that kind of, rubbed us the wrong way, especially my brother. He's about to graduate high school. And now you're telling him he has to do an extra grade. And we never understood the move in the first place. That's just us being immature. When we reflect on it now, we wish we would have stayed and, not cause so much problem at home to move back, because when we moved back, like a month late, we moved back in August. This case from 2003 happened October. So it was very brief, but it's my train of thought just not fully understanding what I'm doing, but I know what I'm doing is wrong. Like I know it's wrong. I'm just trying to impress the people that, I'm hanging around now. No,
Right.
I know.
Right. Let me interrupt you again. Have you ever, in any kind of way, reached out to try to apologize to any of your victims, in particular, the situation with the home invasion and the young man that was beat up, who accidentally took the drugs that you all had? Did you ever reach out to them through of the district attorney's office or the court system to
I ran into the lady's son, of the victim from the home invasion. I had ran into her son, and I apologized and everything, but I haven't ran into his mom. From my understanding, she had moved out of the state. But if that's something I could do, I would love to, because I'm a man now and I understand. And I can't imagine as being a father and a parent, someone coming inside my home and violating me. And I am, extremely sorry for what I have done, and what I have caused to her and her family. I believe that really, really deeply affected her in her life. And as a kid, I really didn't understand. But now that I'm a man, I fully understand. Your home is somewhere where it's your peace. When you come home, you want that, that's where you get that peace of mind, that comfort. And when that's violated, I think it just ruins everything. It ruins your peace. It ruins your comfortability, because you never know when it may transpire again. You don't know if this is just a one-time thing. Is it something that's just going on repeatedly in a neighborhood? So back then I didn't have that understanding. Just the man in me now, me constantly growing and developing as a person, I totally understand and would love to sit down and apologize to her if that's possible. With the kid, that's all false. Like, those charges are like faulty charges. Like, I'm conspired. The person who actually was blamed for the case, his was thrown out. I was just someone there. It wasn't no drugs. It was money that he stole. They turned the story into something else. He didn't get, no one put his hands on. He got a whooping, which you're not really allowed to do anymore. So that story was falsified. But if you guys can look it up, you'll see that my brother, it was his girlfriend. The son stole the money. He got a whooping. He pressed charges. He falsified the story to his biological father. He got upset with my brother's girlfriend, and they pressed charges. The way the dad believed the son, but what really happened is he stole money from my brother. I was a witness there. My brother whooped him, and that was that. But my brother's case was thrown out. I tried to get my case thrown out. They told me that I couldn't get I would have to fight all my charges. Like, it was a package plea deal that I got. So in order to take the plea for the robbery, I had to plead to everything. And that's why some of the charges were lessened to where I would still, because I told him I want to, work with children, because I had a history. But once I moved back from Atlanta to Pittsburgh, I was never, ever able to get back involved with working with children. That was my first summer job. So I did tell him, well, I want to work with children when I come home. So they lessened the charges to where it wasn't aggravated. It was a simple assault, which was a misdemeanor.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I don't have any additional questions for you. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir, thank you for your answers. I'm going to ask you some very specific questions, and just, feel free to just answer them directly. how many days a week do you drink?
I want to say about on the weekends occasionally.
Okay. Our records indicate that at times you will have as many as 6 shots on a weekend day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that according to the Centers for Disease Control, that's defined as binge drinking?
No, I'm not. I do it for like entertainment purposes.
Sure.
But
Now
also,
you have a quite a violent history here. There was this robbery. There's also kind of a simple assault, a firearms history, and so forth. As well as at least one charge of, I understand they were dismissed, but public urination and disorderly conduct. Should we be concerned that with this history and your admitted current history of binge drinking, that you are at a high risk of offending again in a violent way?
no, you should never be concerned. I'm just not that type of person. Especially I just recently had an experience with jail where that 11 hours on what was it, 27th of May. I would never ever in my life want to experience that again. It was like the worst thing that you can ever go through. So I mean, me committing crimes is like slim to none. I have a sick kid, a sick child. Who I am his caregiver, who I take care of every day. So my mind and everything is focused on my child's development. My son has a severe brain injury.
How old is your child?
He'll be 3 January 2nd, 2020. He was born January 2nd, 2022. He'll be 3 January 2nd.
Do you own any guns?
No, sir.
Do you want to get this pardon so that you can acquire a gun?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I have no questions.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Next, we will call Sheldon B. Morris.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Hi.
Hey, Mr. Morris, could you start your video? Hi. Are you willing to cede your time and allow the board members to just jump into asking you questions?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is it started?
Yeah, it is. I was just looking for my questions, and I don't appear to have any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Can you tell me what happened? I understand you were found not guilty, but can you tell me what happened with the 2023 arrest for harassment?
I'm not.
Can't hear you.
Mr. Morris, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, did you hear Dr. Williams' question?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so what was the scenario with the 2023 arrest for harassment?
2023.
Yes.
I'm not. Yes, I can hear you good. Yes. Yes.
Can you explain why you were arrested? I understand you were found not guilty, but why were you arrested?
Can you be more specific? I'm not.
Well, what happened? Like, were you walking down the street? Were you in a bar? Did you get into an argument with someone? Was it your next door neighbor? Did you get an argument about the leaf blower? Like, what happened?
Just one moment. I'm getting feedback. Okay. Now, I'm still not following the question.
I don't know how. Okay, let me ask. I'll break it down a little bit more.
Okay.
Were you charged in 2023 with harassment?
That I can recall. No, I don't.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. All right. So you don't recall that. Do you recall being charged in 2018 with harassment? Just you know, I'm not trying to rush you here, but we have a lot of cases, and so just if you just say yes or no. If you don't recall it, that's okay.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, what if you can? Well, I don't want to deny what you're asking me. What I'm asking you is to give me a specific identifier.
2018.
Okay.
A harassment charge. I'm asking you if you can. If you can't, that's okay. But I'm asking you to explain, number one, do you remember being charged with such a crime? And if so, what were the particulars of the crime?
Mr. Williams, if I could interject, I'm combing through his record right now. I don't see a 2023 harassment charge, and I don't see a 2018 harassment charge. I'm combing through it, but those I just don't see. Unless you recall something, Mr. Morris.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I thank you, counsel, but I did. You know, I wanted to see if Mr. Morris remembered anything, but we'll move on. For the offenses.
No, no, I don't recall anything.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. For the offenses that are before us today, do you recall having any fines or costs associated with these offenses for which you are asking for a pardon?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes, I was made aware of them in the beginning of this situation. I had to pay off. I don't know if it was the state or something like that. I had to pay the probation office in order to get off of probation. So I thought that I had settled all of the fines that I had. When I realized that there was fines left of $2,600, I did go down to the county to see if, in fact, they could help me in some way get those fines taken care of. But in the interim of it, I did pay $1,000 within the last month.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I am making efforts to pay those off.
Okay, so as far as the case from 1990, the drug case, it doesn't look like you've made any payments on those with the actually, it looks like you've made no payment on that case at all, ever. Is that correct?
I just made payments on that.
When did you just make the payment? Because I'm looking at the internet right now and it says that you've never made a payment.
Sir, okay. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Just a moment, please. The case?
Yes. The 1990 case. November 23rd, 1990, the delivery of the cocaine. The record indicates you've never made a single payment on that case ever. Can you explain?
Well, let me, I'm actually trying to find the paperwork where I did make payment on those. There was 4 different.
Right.
Sir. Sir, I am attempting to pull a receipt out to show you that
I'm not saying, just so I'm clear, I'm not saying that you've never made any payments. I'm saying that on that case.
Well, specifically, the case was all those charges.
Sorry, this the records are a little bit confusing here, but the one on which the balance is shown is sorry. Okay, so let me
could I interject to maybe help a little bit?
Sure.
I think there were maybe 4 different cases for which Mr. Morse owed some fines. Some of them were in the range of maybe $400 or so. Others were much larger. My understanding is when he went to sort of make those payments, didn't make them based upon how old the case was or what, but kind of dealing with the low-hanging fruit. So the smaller balances, were the cases where he was able to pay off in full, he did those cases. But the not based on how old they were, which case it was, and he's still intending and struggling to complete the remaining payments.
Okay, so do you say that you went to the court to sort of seek the adjustment of these payments? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So do you have documentation of that right? I mean, I'm not talking about like I'm not talking about like whatever you paid, but like, do you have any documentation of like any, like any activities that you've done to actually get these adjustments? Okay. Are you saying you do?
Yes.
Okay. Can you forward that to the board secretary, please?
The payment receipt, or you want me to forward me going down to the county and asking them about helping me to relieve those?
Yes, both actually. That I would be very much appreciative if you could show both. That would be actually very helpful to me personally. Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about these PFAs, protection for use orders from 2019? Start with that one. What was going on there?
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So I had a guy that was partnering with me, and I asked him to leave, and he went down to the court and got a PFA on me. There was no physical, but I guess he didn't want me to contact him.
So did you smash his cell phone with a hammer?
No, I did not. But I did throw it down. Yes, I didn't smash it, but I did throw it to the ground because there was a scuffle.
Did you try to harm him?
No, I did not try to harm him. There was a scuffle, and ultimately, no, I did not smash it with the hammer. No.
And what about 2019 or 2014? Sorry.
2014, I didn't know him. That may have been my wife.
Right.
Her and I was disagreeing.
Well, did you told friends and family you were going to shoot her?
No.
And threaten your daughter?
No, absolutely not.
Did you break her finger?
I did not.
Was there any physical violence?
No. Sharon and I, no physical violence.
Okay, in 2002.
It was a matter of getting me out of the house and me trying to get her out of the house. If you're asking that, that's what those PFAs were for. She would go down and I would go down and get these PFAs.
All right, in 2002, was there any issue, again, making calls to your ex-wife, threatening to kill her?
Repeat that again?
Have you ever threatened your ex-wife to kill her?
No, I have not threatened to kill her. We had children together.
All right, thank you.
No.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
It was like I said, it was trying to get each other out of the house, and these charges were drummed up.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Okay.
Next, we're going to call Tricia A. Sacco. Hi, Ms. Sacco. We can't see you. Do you possibly have a slide over your video?
No.
There you go.
Yeah.
There.
Hello.
Good morning. Would you be willing to cede your time and allow the board members to just go into asking you questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. I do not have any questions for you.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. So, what is your clean date?
My clean date is the day of my arrest.
Okay. And when you say the clean date, what does that refer to in terms of substances? In other words, what substances do you not use?
I was on methadone at the time, and I do not smoke crack.
Okay. Do you drink alcohol?
No.
When's the last time you had a drink?
I believe it was my birthday when I turned 51, and that was in May.
Okay. So how often do you drink alcohol?
Not often, because it just don't agree with me anymore.
Okay. Given that you're before us for a an offense that concerns drugs, should we have any concern that you're continuing to drink alcohol?
No.
Where do you drink alcohol when you do drink alcohol?
We were out to dinner.
How did you get there?
When I drank alcohol last
Yeah.
at my birthday, I drove.
Okay, that's kind of like what I'm getting at here. So, so you will
I had
consume
one drink
alcohol
that day. Yeah, I had one drink that day at dinner.
and then you drove. Okay. When's the last time you smoked marijuana?
Oh God. Has to be 21 years ago.
Okay. And so the only thing you're using right now is the alcohol, correct?
Correct, but I don't. I mean, it's been sent on my birthday in May.
And before then, how often were you drinking alcohol?
Oh, I never drink actually. I mean, it's just that on my birthday you asked me, and I'm being honest, and I had to drink on my birthday when I turned 51 out to dinner, and that's the last time.
Yeah, I guess it's, this is not an uncommon thing where we'll hear from people, oh, I don't drink at all except when I go to a wedding or except when I go on a birthday. And it just seems it's a bit odd that if you don't drink at all, like, why are you going to suddenly start doing it on your birthday or
Right,
or a wedding?
right. I agree.
So especially when you're talking about someone who has a history of a substance abuse problem, then the question is, of course, is it in fact more than the birthday? Or
I
so that's what I'm trying to
understand.
understand.
Yes, my family took me out to dinner, and my daughter had bought me a drink, and like, I'm not one to lie. That's why I answered your question and told you when the last time I drank. So I mean,
okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. You're on medication right now for
No.
mental health?
No.
Were you?
I was at one point at the beginning of my recovery.
Okay, goes back to what, 2005 or?
Yes.
And you were on methadone as well, and that you got off of that?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was in 2005 because when I got arrested, I had came out on bail, and that's when I decided not to go back to the methadone clinic.
Okay, so you received 5 years probation?
Correct.
For that charge, right?
Yes.
And what were the conditions of the probation?
I was in a drug intensive unit, and I had not one time could I have a dirty urine, and I got saliva tested every week for my probation officer for 5 years.
And no violations?
No violations.
And when you got on probation, how soon after that did you were off the methadone prior to going on probation?
Yes. When I came out of jail, I was done with methadone.
Okay, so that's why there were no positives all the way through.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sacco. Next, we will call Baylon R. Sloan. Hey, Mr. Sloan, we don't see any audio. Mr. Sloan, we're going to go ahead and put you out. We'll have someone call you to help you get connected, and we're going to move on to the next case. Oh, wait. Here we go. Could you unmute, Mr. Sloan? There you go.
Okay, there it is. Okay,
Good
now.
morning. Would
Good
you be
morning.
willing to cede your time and allow the board members just to jump into asking you questions?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
morning.
In your statements, I believe you said that drugs and alcohol were the cause of too many of your problems for yourself and your family. So
In the past, yes, in the past.
So my question to you is, do you have a clean date, or just the note said that you pretty much stopped sometime in 2012, but do you
yes.
have an actual date?
I would honestly say it was the day that I had the small fender bender and I was drinking in 2012. That day, I haven't drank ever again.
Okay. And how are you maintaining your sobriety?
I just don't drink. It's just not something for me, you know. It's not a substance for my family. I've seen over the years where, you know, alcohol really was a negative. So I took that road and I haven't turned back since then.
Okay. Why did you have a gun in your case from 2000 with the marijuana?
Well, you know, protection. I was young, you know, out there, you know, just for protection, basically. That was it. You know, it was like probably, what was it? I was 25, something like that. Yeah. So that was just for protection.
How long had you been selling drugs?
I only at that. I'm trying to see what do you mean about selling drugs? Because I don't sell drugs. You mean like
you had a gun.
Okay.
And there was in the case with the marijuana, let me see, I have the 36 pounds and you had a gun. So why wouldn't that equate to selling drugs? The two of them kind of like 2 and 2 plus 4, that kind of adds up. So help me out, please. Why you would have a gun, 36 pounds of marijuana, and you're saying that you weren't selling?
No, at that given moment, whenever I got in trouble the first time, I wasn't selling really. It was a matter of being around, you know, family members and, you know, just, I have sold in the past. Don't get me wrong on that one. But at that given moment, when I got in trouble the first time ever, I actually wasn't selling. And the funny thing is, I actually did it after the fact, you know, and that it was just a thing that trying to get back on track, you know, and it was just so hard for me when I remember from back then, it was very hard for me. And so that's probably why I did.
Okay, so I must have written down the wrong amount, because looking back now at the information, it says the containers, that there were containers in your vehicle that weighed 50 pounds. So my question to you, regardless of whether it was that day that you were caught or not, my actual question to you was, how long had you been selling drugs?
Overall, sporadically, between probably the months of, I mean, the years of like, probably around the years 2000 to 2003, it was very sporadic in terms of selling marijuana. That was a thing for me.
Can you explain? Can you define sporadic for me? As far as
like, let's say 2000, there might have been something happening there. There's 02, you know, maybe something there, 03 maybe, you know, but then that was the world of it all. I mean, I've worked throughout the whole time. It was just that if there was extra money to be made, that's what was done, you know, in those years. But the fact that I kept getting in trouble and, you know, getting into drinking alcohol and different things like that, I basically just stopped everything, you know, except drinking. I started drinking again and got myself into some trouble.
So, tell me why after your first DUI, you didn't stop drinking.
The first DUI, let me see, what was that? I'm trying to think. The first one, I think because the first one was a celebration for my birthday. It was a birthday weekend. I was out with, you know, family and friends, and it was just like one of those things. That's what we all did, and that was something, you know. It's just like, oh wow, I didn't think it was a problem at that time. The one when I really thought it was a problem was when I started drinking on the weekends after work, and I ended up going out that night. The last DUI, I went out that night. I can remember that, and I had actually I drank too much that night, and it was an embarrassing thing that's really made me stop. It was just, I have children, you know, it's like I can't put myself in that position ever again, you know. So that's where it was over, you know. Like I said, 2012 was the last time I drank.
And I want to go back to the gun. And you said you had it for protection.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have it for protection because of your drug sales?
No. It was just knowing that it was available and something because I used to go out a lot. I used to hang out, you know, and hearing certain things that occur out there, I just thought that an extra protection was needed. You know, it was just part of, I guess, the culture, you know, the culture of just going out, drinking, hanging out, having a good time, stuff like that, you know, and that was basically it.
And what insight, if at all, do you have about your actions back then carrying a gun? What insight do you have?
Just being young, and I mean, just not knowing what you're doing yet, you know, it's just one of those things.
Right. So I understand back then. I hear you back then, but I'm asking you now, what is your insight on the things that you were doing and why you were doing, and what insight, if at all, do you have about those things?
Just being a younger me, I don't really, I mean, just the responsibility part, I think it was more or less not being as responsible as I should be, you know, not being as responsible as a youngster really should, but it's just like, just growing up, just, you know, thinking back to who I was as a younger fella, you know, I'm a lot wiser and more intellectually sound. I mean, it was like, wow, I was kind of dumb, you know, in a sense, you know, certain things that I did, but it's just that, you know, I just lived and learned. That's what I look at it as doing, you know, living and learning lessons throughout life, not knowing what to do and what not to do, and moving forward with my life.
Did you have a license for the gun?
I did.
All right, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
So, sir, I do want to go back to this, you know, the first offense here, the 2001, and I just want to kind of just ask you some yes or no questions. Did you receive a package with 36 pounds of marijuana?
I didn't receive a package with 30. I mean, it ended up being that way. It was just that, you know, at that time, I actually was doing like a favor for a cousin. You know, it was one of those things where you say, could you help me with my things? I need to move. And I got set up and put into a
okay, so let me
situation.
ask you, you didn't know the marijuana was coming in?
No, not at all.
Why did you plead guilty to a felony?
Basically because my lawyer told me that my cousin was going to take the oath and say that I was responsible for everything anything in terms of anything illegal, any drugs or anything was mine. And I'm like, what? You know, so I come to find out the whole situation was set up by my cousin and her boyfriend. You know, it was her and her boyfriend set me up to the point where they were trying to find someone, I would think, with a clean record who wouldn't get in too much trouble. She was thinking, I guess, I don't know. It was insane. It was just
how much money were you offered to sign for the package?
Oh, I didn't sign for any packages, but
or just receive the package. What was in it for you? Why did you agree to do it?
I didn't actually. The whole idea was to help my cousin to move. That was the whole thing that I couldn't understand at first, but I understood after everything panned out, you know, what was happening. You know, it was just like, wow, I can't believe my cousin would do this to me, you know. It was just insane, but you know, it happens.
There was nothing in it for you.
Oh yeah, she offered to pay me for moving her. That was definitely
not accepting.
She didn't not accepting any marijuana or anything. She didn't say, "Oh, I have this amount of this, and I want you to do this for this." And I said, "Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I've seen it in the past. You know, I've done it in the past for her, and not that specific thing, but I knew what she was into, but I didn't know that it was an actual all that it was." And I said, "Wow, I can't believe this, what she's doing to me."
Let me ask you a question. So if she was the one who was receiving that, and you were just the, you know, kind of the fall guy, you had no idea what was going on. You're just trying to.
That's exactly what I was.
Right. So you have no responsibility in this and all. Was she charged? Was she charged?
She was. She was charged. She was charged, but like I said, my lawyer told me that she was going to say that it was all me. I'm like, what? Because she had records, all kind of records doing different things that I end up finding out, and I'm like, wow, I would have never took that plea if I knew that. But I had a kid on the way, you know. I had a kid on the way, and my daughter was born like the year that I got my conviction. And it was like, wow, are you kidding me? I'm either, it's a 50-50 situation here. I'm going to either take this plea or potentially go to jail.
Okay. Was she found guilty or did she plead? Did she plead guilty?
I think she found some kind of deal or something, you know, to plea out so that she would get either less time or none at all, you know, just to have that position, take that position to say, I want to cooperate with authorities in a way that they would like me to. So therefore, I'm going to do this or do that. She didn't think about the fact that I had a child on the way. You know, it was just, it was all bad.
Okay. So, so there was a co-defendant and she was either found guilty or she pled guilty. That's what you're saying, correct?
There was a couple, if you look into it, there was a few people involved. You know, it was her and her boyfriend, you know, some guy from another country. So it was just insane.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
I have no questions.
Okay.
Sir, what was your cousin's name?
Nikki Cain.
Okay, and you had said that she was into this. What did you mean by that?
Her and her boyfriend was dealing, they always had marijuana. I had gotten it from her before, but it was just like, I didn't think that she would have this much and do this to me at this given moment. I just did not think that. I really did.
All right. I just want to be clear though, when I'm talking about your cousin, Miss Cain, I want to differentiate between her and her boyfriend. So did you know, when you say she was into it, was she into selling?
I want to say, I can't say she's actually done it. I never actually seen it, but she knew how to get it to me, if I wanted it. It just wasn't, it wasn't a thing where I actually saw her do it all the time, but it was like, if I needed it, she would have it,
Yeah.
So,
What if she said, I had no idea that this marijuana was coming in this package?
I wouldn't believe her because of how it went down. I really wouldn't have. I would say, are you kidding me? You had to know you're just moving in this place and this stuff end up in my vehicle where some of your stuff was in there. So I was helping you move. And then now there's, it was insane. It was so bad. I hate even thinking about it.
After you got arrested, did you ever have a conversation with her about it?
I tried over the phone,
And what did she say about it? Did she tell you she knew?
I didn't have nothing to do with nothing. I'm like, hey, okay. That's what she said, but I knew better. I knew better. She got stuff in and she used to have it all the time. So if you have it all the time, I know this is you. This isn't me. I didn't do this, so
Okay.
I knew
Thank
it.
you. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Next, we'll call Brett J. Waldo. Hi, Mr. Waldo. Could you unmute yourself, please? Could you unmute yourself?
There we go. Good morning.
Good morning. Would you be willing to cede your time and allow the board members to just jump into asking you questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Waldo. Could you tell us how many drinks you have outside of your home? When you drink outside of your home, how many drinks do you have?
Maybe 4 to 5 a month, if that. I kind of put that whole life behind me.
Mm-hmm. And how many drinks do you think you can have prior to driving?
Now, none. I won't even think about doing that anymore.
How many drinks can you have prior to intoxication?
Oh, probably 2 or 3.
When's the last time you were had 2 or 3 drinks?
Geez, maybe 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
Okay, and so that's the last time you were intoxicated?
Yeah.
And why do you continue to drink in excess?
I mean, 2 or 3, and I felt it, and then that was it. I wouldn't consider that excess.
Well, I had asked you how many drinks can you have prior to intoxication, and you said 2 or 3. And then I asked you the last time you were intoxicated, and you said, about a month ago. And you had a DUI approximately in 2007. So, I'm trying to just see the correlation in your thoughts about drinking responsibly, especially since one of the reasons that you're asking for this pardon is to go hunting.
Yes.
And when you hunt with your, with people, are there usually beers and things of that nature involved?
Maybe I go out at the end of the day, but I mean, definitely not while we're out hunting.
Okay. All right. And who do you usually go hunting with?
I'll go with my brother, a couple friends. That's usually it. So sometimes by myself.
Okay. When's the last time you've been hunting?
Last year.
All right. And what was the instrument you used in hunting?
I archery hunt. That's all. Bow and arrow.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, sir, the DUI that you had, like you had a BAC, a blood alcohol concentration of 0.231, and that's definitely a lot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just it's a little bit confusing the record here, but was this your first or your second DUI?
Second.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, like for, getting a DUI, especially when you're, sort of in a kind of, well, you're not exactly, I mean, you're in Allegheny County, so it's not like you're in Forest County or something, but it's still relatively difficult to get a DUI. If you have the second DUI, basically, the odds of that happening, of getting 2 DUIs are basically like, like 2.5%, like getting 1 DUI is like 2.5%, So basically what that means is that, you've driven like 40 times drunk before you get the DUI. And you're saying that this is the second DUI that you've gotten, and yet you're still consuming alcohol. Do you see the concern here?
Yes, I do.
So why are you still drinking? I mean, like at the same time that you're asking for a pardon. And the other, yeah, sorry, I interrupted you. I apologize.
I honestly really don't have a solid answer for that. I mean, I don't. The life that I lived back then is nowhere near me anymore. I don't go and get, I don't know, however you want to look at it, falling down drunk.
But you do have sometimes more than 3 drinks at a time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, maybe once a year.
Okay.
But
Now,
I don't go out to bars or anything like that, or driving around.
Yeah. When's the last time you've had 5 drinks at a time?
I honestly probably can't answer that, honestly.
Because that would be defined as binge drinking, which is highly correlated with DUIs and crimes of violence and horrible accidents and so forth. I think you should think about that. The second question I have is, was the first DUI was an AR, you got an ARD on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think, having received that special favor of getting an ARD, that if you wanted to get another special favor of a pardon, you probably shouldn't be drinking anything?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for the delay. Sir, why do you need this pardon?
I'm an outdoorsman. I'd really like to be able to go hunting more often than just with my bow and arrow. I'd like to go up to Canada, even though not to just go hunting up there. I mean, go up to Toronto, do something, anything, Niagara Falls, stuff like that.
Are you unable to go to Canada?
As far as I know, yes. I've talked to a few people that have gotten turned away at the border because of a DUI.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waldo. Next, we will call Judith L. Wilson.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Wilson. Could you unmute? Could you unmute yourself? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Am I in court now?
You are. Are you ready?
No.
You
I've been sitting here for an hour and a half.
Do you want us to skip over you?
No.
Okay. Then would you be willing to cede would you be willing to cede your time and just allow the board members to start asking you questions?
Okay.
You ready for questions from the board members?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Hi, it's still morning.
Yes, it is. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Can you tell us about the 2016 domestic with your son? What happened in that situation?
Yes, I can. Well, first of all, my son grew up around domestic violence. I'm a survivor of domestic violence. Okay. And when I left the father, okay, we moved to the projects. I was enrolled in college, and he would see the children now and then. And my son was calling me bitches and things like that when he would come back from seeing the dad. And this one particular time we were really struggling. He was not doing anything I asked. He was in trouble in school all the time, like every week it was something new. And this particular morning, I asked him to clean up the pet's cage. We had rabbits, and he didn't. And so I'm yelling, he's watching TV, and I turned the TV off, and he jumped up on me. Okay. He was like a week before he turned 12. And at that time, he was already taller than me. Both of my children, by the time they were 11, were taller than me. And I beat him up.
What is your current relationship with both of your children?
Well, we have good relationships now, and this particular child, he and I are very close. We have a good, healthy relationship.
And what did you tell him about what happened and with that situation? And have you apologized to your children for your behaviors in the past?
Yes. I live a life of amends. Okay. I've gone on to graduate from Carlow University with my bachelor's degree. I graduated from the University of Pittsburgh with a master's in social work. And I graduated from the Pittsburgh Theological Seminary with a master's in divinity. I'm not currently serving at a church at the moment, but I pastored at a church in Indiana County for several years. I am a social worker. I work with men in addictions. I've remained clean for 23 years. I live a life of amends. Yes, I told my son that I'm sorry for what I did. The younger child really doesn't know about it. He was too young to remember. But yes, I live a life of amends.
Okay. And have you had any relapses since 2001?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And how are you maintaining your sobriety?
Well, I don't use. I just don't use. I just don't pick up. I don't go to as many meetings as I used to, but I am active in one home group. Okay. I am a part of a WE system. I have a sponsor. I have sponsee sisters. I work in addictions. Okay. I work at First Step Recovery Homes, which is in McKeesport, Pennsylvania. And that's a recovery house for men. And I work there. And I also do some private practice cases. I'm working under supervision. And I want to sit for the LCSW next year.
Okay. And last question, what have you recognized as your triggers and how do you handle them?
Well, as far as with what happened with my son, those triggers, I've worked them out. But I use a technique called mindfulness because the body tends to remember these things, and I can feel it when it comes in onto my body. Okay. And that gives me a signal, okay, that I am being triggered, and I examine how I'm feeling and the thought that goes with that feeling. Okay. And because I can give myself enough time, I'm not impulsive like I once was 23 years ago. Okay. I'm able to process the thought that goes with that feeling. And if it's not going to produce a win-win outcome, I have to rethink that. Okay. Because my goal is to have a win-win solution.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't have any additional questions.
Ma'am, I want to compliment you on being so honest and direct about the facts of the crime that we have before us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just, have you had any other police contact since this offense?
I had an incident a few years ago with a girlfriend, but that was dropped. And that's it.
And did that involve any drinking? Did it involve domestic abuse? Anything like that?
No, there's no one drinks here.
So the last time you had alcohol was when?
The last time I had alcohol would have been probably Christmas of 2020, because my clean date is January 7th, 2001.
All right, so run that by me again. The last drink, 12.
Would have been like around the Christmas holiday of 2000, excuse me, 2000. Okay. Yes, 2000. My clean date is January 7th, 2001.
And there's been nothing since?
No reason.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Next, we'll call James F. Mercer.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mercer.
Can you see me?
No, could you turn on your video? Hi, Mr. Mercer. There you are. If you have a live stream playing in the background, could you turn that off?
What? Can you see me?
No, could you turn on your video?
Okay, how's that?
Perfect, thank you. Are you willing to cede your time and just allow the board members to go into asking you questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, how much are you currently drinking in terms of alcohol?
I am not drinking.
Do you have a clean date?
Not exactly a clean date. I stopped drinking about 7 years ago. Completely.
Okay. So the records indicate that, at least when you had your interview, that you said you stopped drinking in 1997.
97?
Yeah.
I don't remember saying that. When did what you mean the interview with the
I believe
don't
so,
remember-
yes.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. You've had no alcohol in 7 years?
Right.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
I have no questions.
Thank you, sir. I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Next, we'll call Arlene Compere. Good morning, Ms. Compere. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next case, and we'll get a hold of her. Next, we'll call Alfred G. Lehman IV. Good morning, Mr. Lehman.
Good morning. How you doing?
Wonderful. Are you willing to cede your time to the board and just allow them to go into asking questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Can you tell us how you have learned to manage your finances since these incidents in 01 and 02?
Well, part of it was trusting people. The original incident was, a trust issue with somebody that I've learned about that. And it's just been a lifetime of observation, working, learning to save. I was a registered financial advisor for several years. And I've just learned how to manage the family's finances, so that this type of thing doesn't happen again.
All right, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
I have no questions.
Can you tell me, there were a couple of harassment charges. What were they about?
They were through I got divorced about 15 years ago. They were actually for writing too many emails to my ex-wife. And I pled guilty in order to, she wanted me to go to court-ordered counseling. I was still trying to, make amends with her, make up with her. So she took several years worth of emails and printed them out and wanted to charge me with harassment. So I agreed to go to, I think it was a summary offense, 90 days of probation and counseling.
Okay, and there's been no incidences since this?
No, absolutely not.
Have you had any other contact with law enforcement since all this?
There was an incident with my current wife. She had called the police one night. She was yelling at me. She's very stern. And she wanted me to get out of the house, and I did not want to. I didn't lay a finger on her, didn't do anything. It was an argument. So that was about it.
When was that?
Years ago.
And how do you explain that kind of behavior? That and the previous harassment behaviors?
So I actually think that I exercised extreme control in the situation with my current wife. She actually was taken away by the police that night because she actually had hit me and scratched me. And I didn't even think about it. And the police said, why's your neck bleeding? I said, I think my wife scratched me, and they took her away. She got out right away. And there was no charges. The charges were dropped. But in the face of, I've been married to two ladies who have a temper. They've both laid their hands on me. They've never laid their hands on my child but my children. And at no point did I ever retaliate or do anything other than yell and scream. So I think I've exercised control with those incidents to not have it escalated to be worse.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, just to follow up with that, if I were to, what was the content of the emails? If I were to read them, what would they say?
A wide variety. It was mostly jealousy. I found her seeing somebody else, trying to get her back, jealousy. There were times with custody, like she would not give me my daughter when I was supposed to have her. I would get very angry and send angry emails, things like that. Never threatened her. Again, I'm just not a violent person. Never threatened her or anything like that. I would just say, she was trying to get control over me and, trying to use the law to do it is how I felt.
Well, had she asked you not to contact her?
Not really. She would send me long emails, very similar emails. And then when she didn't want to talk to me, she could block me from her phone. She chose not to do that. But I did learn a big lesson in that situation about over communication and, not escalating. It was terrible.
Well, if there were no threats, some people are just big emailers and they send a lot of emails. That's not a crime.
I mean, I called her names in the emails, things like that. I never threatened her.
Still not a crime. Like, I'm perplexed at the harassment conviction. If you're saying she never asked you to stop communicating with her and there were no threats, who cares if she printed out all the emails?
Well, I chose to plea bargain instead of going to court over it for a summary charge, basically so that they could give me court-ordered counseling. She wanted me to have court-ordered counseling, so I gave in, trying to make my marriage better and keep her as my wife.
And what were you originally charged with?
For the reason that I'm here would be a bad checks charge. It was a business-to-business checks.
No, I'm sorry. You said you chose to plea bargain it. What were you originally charged with on the harassment?
Harassment by communication, I believe it was.
Do you have any contact with her?
She's deceased. She ended her own life on May 2nd, 2013.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. And what about your current wife? Have there been any other issues, any PFAs or anything of that nature?
Absolutely not. As weird as this is going to say, that was probably a very good moment in our marriage. We ended up going to counseling. I've learned a couple things that I could do to de-escalate situations. And she's learned how to communicate better. She's originally from Europe and just grew up, behind the Iron Curtain in a different environment. And she learned, to accept, to not show her anger as much anymore. We have
And
a
what
great,
do you, got it. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a sales manager in digital sales for a large payroll company,
And how long have you been doing them?
13 years.
And that's a full-time job?
It is.
Why do you want this pardon?
I'm at the point where I want a career path, and getting with this company was very difficult because of these charges. I had a person who believed in me. It took a month to clear background. Now I'm up for a VP promotion. I actually did not get one recently. I don't know that the background had anything to do with it, but I did not get it. So I would like to explore my opportunities both within the company and outside the company with a clean record.
Okay. And where do you currently live?
It's called Briningsville, Pennsylvania. It's a suburb of Allentown, PA. It's about an hour drive north of Philly.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. With that, we will call Chukwudubem Okafor Jr. Hi, Mr. Okafor.
Good afternoon.
Could you turn on your camera?
Yes, can you see me?
I can. Are you willing to cede your time and allow the board members to just go into asking you questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. Can you tell us how long you had been selling marijuana before you were caught in 2018?
Actually, I was not selling marijuana in 2018 when I was caught. I can explain the situation for you a little bit further if you'd like.
You can just, why was it in your possession? Why was it in your vehicle?
Simply because I at that time, yes, I did use marijuana. I was smoke marijuana. So that is something that I openly admitted when I was pulled over.
You had several bags in the vehicle, but you're saying you weren't selling them. You just had that many for consumption purposes?
Yes, I had about, I would say about an ounce and a half that I purchased. At that time, I was currently in college at the time, and rather than just purchasing, constantly going and meeting up with shady characters and constantly having to purchase it, so I just decided, let me just, get at least an ounce and a half at a time, so that way I could just make it last for a nice period of time. That's the reason why I had that amount. I actually just purchased it that day when I was pulled over.
When's the last time you used marijuana?
I would say earlier this year. My birthday just passed in June, and I would say, and I did it again after that, which would be the following month when it was more so of a celebration. I was approved for funding for my business that I just started, and then like a celebratory moment, I did consume.
If it's still illegal, why are you're seeking a pardon, and my math is correct, this was just 6 years ago. Why are you still indulging and coming before the board?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I live in the state of Maryland where it is currently legal for recreational purposes.
Okay.
And I been here since 2020.
Okay. In addition to the 2018 arrest, did you have a subsequent conviction in the state of Maryland as well?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you on probation in Maryland?
No.
Are you on probation in Maryland for anything?
No.
And why do you want to be in law enforcement?
Well, at the time when I originally applied for the part, I did want to be in law enforcement. The main reason why I went for it was I was going for my security guard license, armed security. So I went through the process and obtained the license. Now I also needed to obtain a permit to carry, and I was denied when I spoke to the police department here. When I received the denial, it was actually a gentleman with the police department that suggested that I go for the pardon. I was not even aware that it was something that was available to me. So he directed me to go for it in order to get this off my name for me to proceed and get the license. And eventually, I was going to go in the direction of law enforcement, but since then, I have pivoted. I currently own my own freight hauling business that I just started in 2023. So that's what I've been doing since.
All right, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Sir, so you were clearly consuming marijuana while you were driving, correct?
I wasn't consuming as I was driving. I had marijuana in the car.
So the odor of in our record of burnt and unburnt marijuana, that was you weren't smoking at the time you were driving?
Correct. Along with the things that were found in the car, was my ashtray had other marijuana blunts that I had smoked before. So it was just
in
a
the ashtray.
Collection of things in the ashtray that I had smoked prior to. So it wasn't like what I was currently doing when they pulled me over.
Okay, but just so I understand, like you were, like you had, if not then, you had been driving, while smoking? Is that, I mean, they're in the ashtray, right? The blunts are in the ashtray. So is it reasonable to assume that you had been driving under the influence at some point in time in the recent past before the arrest?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. You had a scale. So if you weren't somehow distributing marijuana, why'd you have the scale?
Simply because there were times in the past when I have purchased a certain amount and I was given less than what it was. So I only had that because, like I mentioned before, I just purchased the marijuana that they found on me not too long before I was pulled over.
Why'd you have the
So
grinder too?
The grinder is for when I roll the blunts that I'm going to smoke. I use it to grind up the marijuana rather than breaking it up by hand.
Oh, to make the blunts, basically.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Are you aware that you still owe fines and costs in this matter?
Yes, I did speak to the clerk's office regarding the matter. They told me that I can't set up a payment arrangement simply because I'm no longer on probation, but I can make payments towards it at my leisure. Just make sure that I take care of the amount eventually.
Do you think it's appropriate to recommend a pardon before you've paid off all of the costs, which are included in your sentence?
The costs, I thought that it was taken care of before. I was not aware that I still had the balance. But once I became aware that I still had the balance, I did make arrangements to begin paying on it. I have made an initial payment, and right now, I just have been going through a bit of a tough time trying to get the business off the ground and operating, and also main reason why I have one of the reasons why I'm going for the pardon is because this has been following me around since I relocated to the state of Maryland. I've been denied several employment opportunities, which has made it hard for me to even be able to pay certain bills. The last denial that I had was with the company Asurion. They recently, just this month, just denied me employment due to this charge here.
Did you receive a payment plan letter on October 28th of 2019?
I'm not quite sure. I might have. That I really can't recall, but I might have.
But you made no payments if you did receive such a letter.
Right. But at the time, yeah, that would have been when I was still living in Pennsylvania prior to relocating to Maryland. So I might have.
You might have received the letter, or you might have not made any payments if you did receive the letter.
I believe I did make an initial payment while I was still in Pennsylvania then. And then once I relocated to Maryland, I know that I received some sort of communication saying that my Pennsylvania state income tax was withheld due to a payment that I owed, and I thought that they took that to take care of that payment. So I thought I had no idea the balance was still left.
Did they tell you how much of the income tax they withheld and they were seizing, or?
I think it was around 600 to 700, if I'm not mistaken.
But you owed more, right?
Yeah, now that I know the balance, yes, I believe it's like 1,300 or 1,200, in somewhere in that range.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Just to follow up on something Dr. Williams brought up, it said in the back seat also contained the backpack contained 6 bags of marijuana and boxes of sandwich bags. Why would you have those?
6 boxes. Well, what I can recall that was there was the backpack, the marijuana itself that was in the sandwich bag.
But did you have additional sandwich bags?
That I used to separate them, yes. Yes, I did.
Okay. And
But
in
it
20...
was not 6 bags. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt again. It was not 6 bags of marijuana. It was about like 2. Like I mentioned, it was 1.5 ounces. So it was 1 ounce in one sandwich bag, and then 0.5 ounce in an additional sandwich bag. So it was 2, and then empty ones that were in a box. So like I said, I do use it to separate the bag. That's pretty much it, the amounts.
Okay, in 2020, there was some sort of offense for possession of paraphernalia in Maryland?
No. 2020? I have not.
Revised from 10/14/20 to 7/15/22.
No, I haven't had any run-ins with law enforcement since this incident at all. So I have no idea. The only thing that nothing at all.
You were never on supervision in Maryland?
Yes, when I moved to Maryland, I was on probation in Pennsylvania for this charge. And then once I moved to Maryland, that was transferred, the supervision was transferred from Pennsylvania to Maryland. And so it was still the same probation. It was just moved over to Maryland for the same issue because I relocated.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so recently had my background done, and I was also asked to explain it, so I was confused then because I didn't receive a separate charge or an additional charge. It was just that 2018 incident. I was placed on probation, and I moved at the start of the pandemic in 2020 to Maryland, and at that time I needed to get permission to have my supervision shifted from Pennsylvania to Maryland so that I could complete my probation there.
Thank you, sir. I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Okafor. We are going to circle back to number 14, Arlene Compere. We are going to circle back to number 14, Arlene Compere. Ms.
Hi.
Compere, could you turn off the live stream that you have playing?
Yeah, I just turned it off. That's what I was trying to do last time. That's why I didn't get to click on the mute.
No worries. Are you willing to cede your time and allow the board members to go into questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Were you using as well as selling at the time?
I was using.
Okay. Oh, not selling at all?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that you use marijuana, but you weren't very specific. Can you provide some details, please, regarding your current marijuana use?
That at that time, my usage of marijuana was more so like for tea. Like I boiled it as tea for ailments, aches that I had and nausea.
Okay, and how often did you and do you do that?
At the time, it was only when I had like issues with nausea. I did it more. I wasn't on any type of medication for the nausea, so that's what I used to help out with the symptoms of nausea.
How long ago?
That was back in 2014.
Okay. And do you currently have a medical marijuana card?
No, I do not.
And you state that you want to become a nurse. Are you aware of the use of the policy with drugs and nursing?
Yes, hence why I'm looking to get the clemency to pardon.
But I'm more so talking about not the pardon aspect of it, but just using drugs in the nursing field.
Yeah, I'm aware of the ramifications because you have to give patients medicine and you got to give them the correct dosage. Any wrong dosage can affect them, might even be, terminal on how you may affect the patient. So yeah, I understand the ramifications of not using while being in the healthcare field as a professional.
And yes, and how are you maintaining sobriety?
I got a busy life. I'm a single mom of 4. I also am a caregiver to my father who just recently went back into dialysis after his kidney transplant failed a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very busy between appointments and kids in school. I'm actually going back in January. I'm already registered and got accepted back into the program. I had stopped earlier this year due to financial reasons.
All right, well, congratulations on that. Not to belabor the point, but wouldn't that's a lot of stress. Did that not trigger use again?
No, I have actually better family support than when I initially moved out here. When that incident happened in 2014, I had just moved from New York as a single mom with my twins at the time, who were only 4. and I didn't have any family or friends out here, so things kind of took it wrong turn. It wasn't more about, well, as far as what trigger, it was just the environment that I was in. I didn't have any help. The twins' dad, so caught myself in making wrong choices.
All right, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. You may have already answered this, but I didn't quite get the answer. When is the last time you used marijuana?
2014.
Okay, so no use since then.
No.
Okay. Do you understand that if you ever commit a crime and you're like a healthcare professional, that the regulating board, regardless of what happens, has to be notified about that, and then they can activate their own investigation into your license?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I have no questions.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you, Ms. Compere. We're going to move on to number 17, Jacob D. Campbell. Mr. Campbell is going to be accompanied by his mom, Allison Campbell. Hi, Mr. Campbell.
Hi. Can you all hear me and see me?
We can. Are you willing to cede your time and allow the board members to ask you questions?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
All right. Can you tell us what made you go back to therapy?
What made me want to go back to therapy was to fully and better understand my emotions, to make sure I had complete control over them, and just dealing with the emotional impact of the events from the event. Working on bettering my relationships socially, as well as with my mom as well, and working through past traumas through my mom and dad going through divorce, and the incident between my mom and stepfather at the time.
All right, thank you. That's the only question I have.
Well,
okay, sir. Can you tell me exactly what? I'm a little bit confused on this episode. What actually happened?
Yes, I can tell you exactly what happened. Unfortunately, I found out that my statement wasn't taken down. What had happened was my mother and stepfather at the time, Mr. Glick, they were having an argument in the upstairs bedroom. My room was adjacent to that. My mom had just had surgery. She had tubes in her stomach. And we were, she also had staples. We were going to have a nice little, dinner movie night because she couldn't really go up and down. She was mainly, I don't want to say restrained, constrained to the upstairs. They had gotten into an argument. He was raising his voice at her, and I was just getting everything set up in my room because we were going to watch something. And I just meandered over and I saw him not punching her or like really shoving her, had his finger forcibly poking her into a corner as he belittled her, called her names, called her worthless, things like this, and that he shouldn't have to pay his share of the bills. And I did mention something to make him aware that I was now in the doorway, just being like, hey, you're kind of going after my mom here. Like, it's not just her. I just wanted to make a presence and be like, please get away from my mom, who's obviously injured, has, like I said, drainage tubes in her, 2 of them. And we had gotten into an argument. It escalated to the point of I was trying to talk to him about the whole situation of, why are you guys constantly fighting about bills? To which Mr. Glick decided to plug his ears like a 5-year-old and can just start screaming at the top of his lungs, I can't hear you, I can't hear you. To which he repeated several times. And at the time, this is also why I have sought therapy, is at the time I had taken a votive candle off of like the little TV, and it was one of those it was one of those, like, I wasn't aiming for him. I was just like, all right, I'm done with this conversation. Just to kind of end it, I just threw the candle against the wall, and it ricocheted off and sliced him across the head. Again, I do take full responsibility for my actions. I shouldn't have actually acted like that. There's numerous ways I could have de-escalated that, but at the moment I was so worried about my mom, about what he could have possibly done to her, because if she would have fallen over any of those boxes and had that tube ripped out, and I even at that point, willfully turned myself over to the police. I went and found them at the hospital. I said, I understand you're looking for me. Like, obviously my mom had called me because she was letting me know what was going on. Like, they were at the hospital, everything like that. And she's like, hey, the cops want to talk to you. And I was like, okay, I will come over. I will, like I said, willfully went to them and, I told them, like, I have a pocket knife on me. It's in this pocket. I just told them, like, hey, whatever you need to do, I understand from what my actions stemmed, I'm in the wrong. I completely own up to that. So I basically told them, whatever you have to do, I completely understand. But it is a very regretful scenario because I could have handled it better.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have no questions.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. With that, we'll move on to number 18, Daniel E. Ealy.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Ealy. Could you unmute yourself? Can you hear us?
Me? Yeah.
Hi. Are you willing to cede your time to the board members and allow them to just ask questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Congratulations on your sobriety of appears to be about 14 years. My question to you is that you had been drinking prior to your sobriety in
2010.
Right, for about 41 years.
Yes.
Okay. And then you were attending AA and you stayed sober for looks like about 21 years and then you relapsed. Is that correct?
Right.
Then why did you stop attending meetings in 2018?
I just felt pretty good about myself. And I associate with other people that's been sober a long time. And I just didn't feel I needed to go back.
Well, if you relapsed while you were going to AA, why do you believe that you no longer needed AA?
Because my life turned around about 110% since I stopped drinking this time.
Okay. Do you know why you relapsed the last time after being sober for so long?
The reason?
Yes, sir.
Can you hold on a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
What was the reason you relapsed after you had been sober for so long?
I was going through a bad separation and bad divorce from my second wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I just didn't think, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recognize your triggers?
Yes.
Could you just name two? And how you handle them?
I don't really know what the triggers are.
Well, I asked if you recognize them and you said yes. Are you asking what is it Do you not understand what I'm asking, or are you saying you can't identify what? When I say triggers, let me say this. When I say triggers, I mean things that make you want to drink, things that make you want to indulge in alcohol. That's what I mean by trigger. I hope that helps with understanding.
Depression was one.
Okay.
And maybe loss of a job.
Mm-hmm. So what do you do now if you get depressed?
I got an understanding wife today, and I talked to her about it, and she helps me get by. I've been with her for 14 years.
Okay. What is the longest period of time that you have ever been sober?
This is it.
Okay. In reading your information, you seem very confident that you will not relapse. And so my question to you is, do you think that your confidence can be a downfall since you're not high alert?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, since I got sober, both my parents passed away, and that wasn't enough to make me want to go out and drink again. So I got through all that.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't have any additional information.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, sir. So it looks like between the stuff in Maryland and the stuff here that you've had a total of at least 7 run-ins with the law related to drinking. Does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And like maybe like 4 of them are like DUIs?
Yes.
At least?
Yes.
So, you know, so I guess the thing is, right? I mean, right now you're getting no support. You're not going to meetings. You haven't been to meetings in about 6 years, correct?
Correct.
And you're not receiving any kind of like psychological or psychiatric care. Is that also correct?
Yes. I don't feel I need it.
But with such a significant and extreme substance abuse history, doesn't it make sense to have a support network that could, kind of be supportive of you if you started as people with substance abuse issues do? They often start to use just like a little bit here and there, and then it just completely explodes, and then they wind up smashing into someone on a state highway and killing them or maiming them or so forth. Wouldn't it make sense to have that support network?
I do have some support, but it's not an AA now.
It's not what?
It's not an AA. Friends I know and relatives I know that's been sober a long time. I keep in contact with them a lot. And they always talk to me, and I talk to them.
Okay. So another question I have is, what is your medical situation right now? Like, do you have any medical problems, including any that might have been related to your lifelong substance abuse?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I do have some health troubles.
Yeah, like what?
I have arthritis in my back, my lower back. And that's the main thing right there.
The main thing. That nothing really else kind of
related to alcohol, no.
Okay. Yeah. You know, I'd love to see if you could talk about kind of your understanding of the significance of having so many DUIs, and you know how that affects your, you know, like your fellow citizens, and how that's, you know, puts them at risk.
I did put a lot of people at risk when I was drinking and driving.
Mm-hmm.
But since I got my license back, I haven't even had a single speeding ticket or anything. And I've had them back probably for 12 years now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, you know, I mean, it's like, who would be the you know, if you just, a lot of people, you know, as I said, like a lot of people will just sort of start to say, oh, you know, like I can start to do this again. And who specifically would say to you if you said, hey, I'm just gonna have like one, you know, maybe like after, you know, a Steelers game or what have you, who would be the person who would say to you, hey, you can't have any? Who would be that person?
My wife.
Okay.
I've been with her for 14 years. And she's done a lot for me since we met. She's a retired nurse.
Uh-huh.
And she's a retired pharmaceutical rep. And she could vouch for me.
Uh-huh.
How good I do. And I mean, I do a lot around the house here, and I do most of our grocery shopping because she's not in real good health right now. I just keep myself busy. We own our house, and I do a lot of work around here, and I keep busy.
Okay. All right. So, and that's your strategy. All right. So let me ask you, I just have one final question for you. So you're saying that you became sober on 5/21/2010, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're okay. So you became sober at that point. Did you have any other like close calls after that or no?
No, because I was going to A meetings a lot, and you know, keeping in touch with people in the program, and had a sponsor and a home group and stuff like that. And I met my wife shortly after I got sober in 2010. I started doing some work for her around this house that she bought. And then we just got in a relationship, and I moved in with her. I've been with her ever since.
I see. Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ealy. Next, we will call Kevin L. Guy.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Guy. Could you hear us?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to make sure I was unmuted. How are you?
You're good. Could you turn your camera on?
Hold on. Let me see how I do that. I'm live. How do I turn the camera on?
There we go.
All right. Okay. Give me
Would you be
one.
willing-
God, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, would you be willing to cede your time and allow the board members to just go into asking questions?
We can go and just ask some questions. Whatever you guys want to do. I've been holding since 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell us how long you had been selling drugs before you were caught?
Let's see, I was probably like 3 years, roughly like 3 years.
Okay.
I think between 2 and 3 years. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
We were kids back then.
And were you also using?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And what specifically made you realize you needed to make a change? I believe in your statement you said that you needed to make a change. What specifically made you realize that you needed to make a change?
The area I come from in Pittsburgh, my friends were dying at an alarming rate, and it was just not something I wanted to be a part of anymore.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what steps did you take? Change.
I went and got my CDL.
Mm-hmm.
I started driving truck. I worked in a couple different facilities, and I was mentored by an older gentleman as far as learning how to drive trucks, and he taught me the ways of just focusing on me and not the streets and the negativity, and being a better person within myself, and trying to search out for God and happiness all together, and just be one simple unit within yourself. You don't need to please anybody else. You don't have to do what other people do.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. I don't have any additional questions.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Where did you do your time?
It was from Butler County, and I was in the county. Then I went to up to, what is it? I can't think of the name. Up there in
Campbell.
Yeah, Camp Hill, and then boot camp.
Oh, you went to Kahana.
Yes, I completed. Yeah, I completed the boot camp process.
Okay. And at that, did you have a substance use problem?
No, sir.
So it was all about money, no use.
No, yes, just money, no use.
And they addressed that in aftercare once you left the boot camp? Did you have to go to anything else?
I did all my classes at boot camp, and I didn't have to go to any drug or alcohol programs or treatments when I came home.
Okay. And there's never a history of use?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, did you have any violations while you're on parole?
No, ma'am.
And what are you doing now?
Right now, I'm currently a truck driver for a company called Ferguson HVAC.
Is that a full-time job?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you had that job?
This one, I've been here last 2 weeks ago. It'd be a year here. I used to be an owner operator, over the road truck driver.
And did you have any misconducts while you were in the state correctional facility?
No, ma'am, not a one.
And did you get paroled right at 3?
I think it was like 28 months total, like 28 to 29 months, because I left them after we graduated. We got to go straight home.
Okay, and no violations at all?
No, ma'am.
Any contacts with the police since this?
No, ma'am.
What about this 2014 criminal mischief?
I have 2014. I have no idea what that is.
Penn Hills Police? Is that you?
I lived in Penn Hills in 2014, but I don't recall what that was in 2014.
Okay.
Was it a traffic violation?
I don't know. It sounds like maybe you filed a summary appeal and it was withdrawn, but it looks like it was criminal mischief, damage to property, a summary offense.
I really don't recall that, but if it was Penn Hills, I did live in Penn Hills, but I have no idea what that could have been. Only like any altercation I ever had with them was a ticket, maybe, or something like that. Never no jail time or any police department time whatsoever. So criminal mischief, I couldn't even, I have no idea if it doesn't describe it.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Guy. Next, we will call Crystal A. Miller. Hi, Ms. Miller.
Hello.
Could you turn camera on?
Let's see what.
Thank you. Would you be willing to cede your time and allow the board members to just go into asking questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So you have a clean date of 5/5/17 from illegal drugs is what your information says. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What about alcohol? Are you still using alcohol?
I don't drink.
Okay. So is your clean date from drugs and alcohol when?
I might have had a few drinks since I got sober in 2017 from drugs, but other than that, it was just some social drinks here and there, but not very often.
Okay. And how are you remaining clean?
Well, at the end of this month, I'll now have a 6-month-old baby on top of his sister. Thank you. I work full time. We like to take the kids out fishing and try to do things with them. I completely eliminated the crowd I was around.
Okay. Have you thought about what, if anything, could trigger you to go back to using drugs?
I've never really thought about it. I've been through some pretty stressful stuff in the last few years, and I've remained sober, so I've been pretty confident in staying sober. I have my family all around me to help, so.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
So, like, tell me more about your support network now. This wasn't, these offenses weren't that long ago, and your clean date isn't that long ago either.
Well, I actually 3 years ago purchased the house right next to my parents.
Okay.
The area I live now, I'm completely surrounded by my family on the whole street.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we go out, we do things together. They're there to support me whenever things happen. If something stressful, I'm going through it. My parents are there to help. And
okay, so so your parents are there to help, but like, are you having, like, do you have anything more from people who are like in recovery in terms of, supports?
I really don't even associate with anyone who ever uses or, well, did use.
Yeah.
I pretty much stay just me and my kids and my boyfriend. I mean, he used to use and he's been clean for 10 years, so he's about the only person.
Right. Mm-hmm. He's the only person. Okay. I guess the thing which is a little bit concerning here is you've never been to an AA or an NA meeting, correct?
Correct.
Do you receive any psychological or psychiatric health care at the present?
No. It's been years.
So I guess and you're also still drinking alcohol, correct?
It's been quite a while. It was just social, but alcohol was never a trigger for me.
But you do understand that opioids and alcohol work in a similar way on the brain, correct?
Yes, it's like I said, it's very, very rare. It's been going on 2 years since I even had a sip of alcohol.
Okay. I guess my concern is that I'm not sure you have the tools to understand if you are moving in the direction of relapse. If you look at relapse, emotional relapse, for example, sorry, I had COVID like a month ago, but I still have like this cough, you know. Emotional relapse will occur like before you actually start using substances again. And unless you've been like trained to sort of realize it, or you have the help from someone who has been trained to do that, it's more than likely you're going to ignore that until it leads to an actual relapse in the substance. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So what would you say to the board, you know, to assuage or reduce the concern that you're going to relapse?
Well, a couple months before I got sober, I lost my stepbrother to it. And that was kind of my wake up call. It took me a couple months, but it was my wake up call. Because I didn't want my daughter to have to bury her mom. So now I just focus on my kids and doing what they need and what's best for them. I have not had a single instance in the last almost 7.5 years to where I thought I would even relapse. I keep busy and I don't even honestly think about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
I have no questions.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
All right, thank you.
With that, we will call Michael W. Carlson. Thank you, Ms. Miller. Hi, Mr. Carlson. If you have a live stream of our session going, could you turn that off?
Yes,
Thank you.
please.
And are you willing to allow the board members to just go into asking you questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how many times after your first DUI did you drink and drive?
Well, we were out partying all the time, having a good time. So I don't know, maybe 10, 12.
So after 1990, you're saying that you drank and drive about 10 to 12 times?
Yes, ma'am. We would go out and shoot pool and stuff and have a couple beers and drive home.
Okay. And what about after your 03 DUI?
Well, then I didn't drink and drive anymore.
At all?
Nope. I have 2 children and grandchildren to think about.
Okay. So after the DUI in 1990, you did you get an ARD, like a second chance as
No.
far as drinking?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Was that your first DUI in 1990?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
24 months free replacement. That's the legend.
It's in Clearfield County, so they're very strict.
24 months.
And between 1990 and 2003, did you drink alcohol outside of your home?
No.
Never.
I mean, if we went to a wedding or a birthday party at somebody's house, my wife would always drive home because she doesn't consume alcohol.
Okay. And how are you maintaining your sobriety?
I don't. I mean, I drink occasionally. I mean, I work 10 to 12 hours a day. If I want to go home and have a beer, I'll go home and sit down and have a beer with my supper.
Okay.
It's not like I'm habitually getting drunk all the time.
How often do you get drunk?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
So you've had 3 DUIs altogether?
2, sir.
Okay, so like there weren't, just to be clear, there weren't 2 DUIs in or around 1990 or 1991?
No.
Okay. So what's in terms of the alcohol, what is your alcohol of choice? Like, are you a beer guy?
I drink beer, sure.
You drink wine or
no
seltzers, perhaps?
No.
Okay, so beers are what you drink. So how long does it take you to go through a case?
A case of beer might last me a month.
Okay. How many days in a month do you drink?
I don't know, 5, 6. I mean, like I said, I work 10 to 14 hours a day. I go home, I want to have a beer, I'm going to have a beer.
So if you drink 5 to 6, 5.5 days, you know, in a month, and there are 24 beers, that means you're having like more than 4 beers at a time on average, correct?
Not really. I'll drink 1 or 2. I mean, I don't keep track of how long a case of beer lasts me, but I mean, I just, if I want to have a couple of beers after work, I enjoy a couple of beers after work.
Have you ever known anyone who was killed in a DUI or permanently or severely injured or paralyzed or lost limbs or, you know, had brain damage? Have you ever known anyone like that?
No, sir.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, at this point, you only drink at home or at a party, but you don't drive at all?
No, sir.
So someone's always driving.
My wife goes with me, and she does not consume alcohol.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. With that, we'll call the next case Cherie DelRe.
No, I don't.
Can you hear us, Ms. DelRe? Hello.
Hi.
Are you willing to cede your time and allow the board to start asking you questions?
Yes.
Excellent. If you have a live stream going, could you turn that off?
A live stream? I don't
Were you
think
watching,
I
were you
can.
watching the hearing separately?
No.
If you don't have one, you're good. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
In your first case in the narrative, it said that you thought that you were helping a friend. So why did you think committing a crime would be helpful to a friend?
At the time, they were really hard up with money and stuff. They just had a child, everything, and it was more so I don't want to say talked into it, but talked into it from my boyfriend at that time, because they were his friends.
Mm-hmm. So, but why did you think it was okay to take from your employer? Like, was there another way to help your boyfriend's friends?
Looking back now, yeah, there's definitely a lot of different ways. At that time, I didn't feel that there was any other way to help. I also, I don't know, I guess it was more so I was able to be, I had all these things telling me to do it, like all these people telling me to do it, and not really have my conscience or have someone telling me not to do it. It definitely wasn't right. It was not responsible, respectful, anything at all. And there could have been other ways that I could have helped out with money.
In case two, can you explain why your employer would have needed a copy of your prescription?
Because there's not a bar. At that time, there was a lot of talk going around about like the different bartenders using drugs or just numerous different things. So pretty much to cover myself, I just gave them the copy of that.
So I guess I was a little confused when I was reading this. So did you try to get drugs from that prescription as well?
No, what happened was the pharmacy had called me and I was already at work, so I couldn't answer the call. And same shift, not long after that, I had received a phone call at my work, like through the work phone, from the police. And that's whenever they told me that this and this happened, and you know, they needed me to come in for questioning and all of that.
Why didn't you show your employer the original prescription? Why did you have to make a copy?
I wanted it to be in my file.
All right, and then
there was a lot of scandals going on at the time, like with the boss and the employees and everything like that. So I was trying to cover my own self.
Thank you. For case 3, for clarification, are you saying that your roommate put 2 pipes in your purse?
In case 3?
Yes.
Now that would have been that's not the paraphernalia one, correct?
Hold on one second. So this was in 2012 is what I have as case 3.
2012? I don't.
I'm sorry, hold on. Let me scroll down more. 2018, my apologies.
Sorry. Does it say about it being there was 2 of them in 2018, the one where it was a traffic, I got pulled over and they searched the car. That's is that the one you're referring to?
Yes,
Okay. No, my roommate, no, it was my boyfriend at that time.
He put the pipes in your car? I mean, in your purse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm trying to understand how and your room was locked, if you were in a locked room, and how could you blame your roommate for the drugs paraphernalia that was found?
My room wasn't locked originally. He had locked it. After putting the stuff in my room, I wasn't there. He also had a key for my room, which whenever I went back to the apartment, I found all of the keys laying right on his bed. So it's not like they couldn't have gotten into the room or that he couldn't have opened the door and them not went the way that they went, the route they went on getting it open.
How long did you stay with this boyfriend after these incidents?
I wasn't with the same boyfriend for the last case I was single for this last one. It's for the 4th one, I was single. The 3rd one, him and I were together for roughly a year prior to all of that. And once that had started to unravel, in October, it just led to us breaking up because he had gotten incarcerated.
Okay, how long what's the longest period of time you've been drug free?
My current time, which is 4 years.
And you still use alcohol, is that correct?
No.
When did you stop using alcohol?
I would, if and when drinking, I would maybe drink once a year, if that. The last drink I had would have been, I couldn't even tell you when. I'd say 3 years ago.
Okay. In addition to your pregnancy, what made you change your mind to focus on your future? You had
The
mentioned it.
relationship that I'm currently in.
How so?
Because he had also had a background and had gotten in trouble with like the law and stuff like that. But seeing someone turn their life around and doing good and not backsliding or anything,
Mm-hmm.
he's been like a real role model for me.
Okay. And can you say how, if at all, you make decisions differently today than you made before you went to prison?
How do I?
Yes. Uh-huh.
I actually stop and think about who all it could potentially hurt or who all could be involved in the situation, who would have some type of effect from it.
Okay. And what plan of escape do you have or have you made to exit situations that would put you in compromising positions? If you were looking at engaging in drugs again or any type of activity that's not beneficial to you. Do you have a plan of escape?
Well, I mean, I've learned to separate myself from people or situations that would potentially lead up to that. My plan of escape is simply reminding myself of what I have to lose and just walking away.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, is it correct that in each of the offenses here that are before us that your probation was revoked?
Probation revoked? No.
Did you ever have, you did not have any, you did not have any at all revocation of any probations?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that you owe fees and costs, fines and costs relating to these matters?
Yes, sir. I had paid on them in February, and instead of spacing it out to where it'd be the $35 a month plan like I have been doing, I just dropped the one lump sum. I should have spaced it out.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a clean date?
Yes.
What is it?
July 2020. July 29th, 2020.
Okay. Do you think these offenses are relatively recent, a bit too recent to really give us a sense of whether you're going to be able to stay clean and not offend further?
I don't feel that they are too relevantly recent for that. I've done it so far. I haven't been in any type of trouble or in any situation that could lead to trouble since getting out of those situations.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about the therapy, if any, that you're receiving?
I'm currently not receiving any, only because my doctor she left the building she was in. But once a month, going in and talking.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the last time you went to an AA or an NA meeting was?
2019.
Okay. Thank you.
I have no questions.
I don't
I
think
have-
Mr.
I have
Sorry.
no questions. If it was my turn, I'm sorry, I had some volume issues.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DelRe. We will move on to the next case, Mekhi Daniels.
Thank you.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Fine.
We can hear you. Are you willing to cede your time and allow the board members to just go into asking questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. The vehicle that you were trying to get in, was your coworker a friend of yours?
Sorry, let me turn off that live stream. I apologize about that. Go ahead. What were you saying, ma'am?
Said the vehicle that you were attempting to get in, was your coworker a friend of yours?
Was the coworker a friend of mine? Are we talking about the same incident where I got pulled over in Meadville, PA, where I'm applying for this incident? Because the person who was with me was my girlfriend at the time. I thought that I had mentioned that. The coworker that I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Who is Heather Mann?
Heather Mann is not Heather Mann is not related to the case at hand. I was with Faith Wintermantle.
Okay, who is Heather Mann?
Again, I do not know a Heather Mann, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so you're saying that your girlfriend was in the vehicle with you at the time? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I believe if we're talking about the same case, which I hope we are, should be a profession of drug paraphernalia out of Crawford County, Meadville, PA. In that instance, I was in the car with my girlfriend when I got pulled over, and that was the situation.
Okay, and so I have information. What were you intoxicated?
I was not.
Had you been drinking?
I was not. I was I was given a field sobriety test, including I believe a breathalyzer, which I passed.
Okay, and the court records indicate that you shoved and kicked, and I have a person by the name of Heather Mann who is listed here, and you're saying you don't know a Heather Mann.
Ma'am, are you talking about an instance? Are you talking about I apologize, maybe I didn't hear you at the beginning. Are you talking about a separate instance that happened later on from the court case that we're talking about now? Because that wasn't really quick, because the one we're talking about now involves the possession of drug paraphernalia. I feel like you might be talking about something else.
All right, hold on one second. Maybe, and you could be correct. My apologies. Maybe the what happened with the disorderly conduct in?
Yes. So I was going through a mental break. I had recently been diagnosed with bipolar mania. So I was going through a mania state. During that state, I'd gone to a hospital where, upon admission, they had given me a drug that knocked me out. I went back to the hospital the next day to get further information about the drug they had put into my system. And there was an altercation between me and the security guard. And at that time, they arrested me and took me down to the Allegheny jail in Pittsburgh. And then I had to get processed. And then once we actually got to court and everyone realized that I was going through a mental break during this instance, so it didn't really have like an actual tale of my behavior, the case was dropped.
I have here that you pled guilty.
Oh, I apologize. I pled guilty to disorderly conduct, and I believe I thought it had been removed from my record, or whatever the word is how it goes. It shouldn't show up on a background, is from my understanding.
Okay, so that was just 5 years ago. Are you taking any medication? Are you in therapy?
Yeah, yeah, sorry about that. Continue, ma'am.
No, I was just asking if you are on medication And are you in therapy?
Yes, I go to therapy twice a month, and I see a psychiatrist every 3 months. And I am currently on aripiprazole, 5 milligrams, and methylphenidate.
And are you in medication compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason, and maybe you just answered this, but is there a reason why you didn't apply for a pardon for the 2021 case as well?
Like I said, to my knowledge, and I think they had sent this when I had sent in my letter. Someone had reached out to me and informed me that there was currently this charge on my record. I had reached out to the attorney, and he told me the same thing, that he had submitted the paperwork for the disorderly conduct to be removed from my record. So I will track that down and get that removed accordingly. But I don't know if it's too late in the process to obviously get that grouped in. As well, to my knowledge, I was supposed to be going through an expedited pardon process for a marijuana possession charge, since they had legalized marijuana, well, medically legalized marijuana in PA. So that was my understanding of the process. So that's why I did not connect this charge to that one. In
And
addition.
this is a summary. My apologies. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Yep.
Sir, how often do you smoke marijuana or use marijuana?
I don't currently use marijuana. I live in Indiana now to take care of my daughter. So it's illegal here. So I don't currently use marijuana.
Do you understand the effect if you have bipolar disorder that using THC will almost certainly make that condition worse?
Yeah, after getting diagnosed with bipolar, because it was later on in life, after this event had happened, right? When I got diagnosed with bipolar, I haven't used marijuana since.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Of course.
Have you had any contact with law enforcement while you've been in Indiana?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we'll move on to the last case, Stephen C. House. Hi, Mr. House. If you could just unmute yourself and turn on your camera. We just put him out. We're going to put him back in. He's been holding since 8 a.m. Hi, Mr. House.
Good morning or afternoon, actually.
Are you willing to cede your time and allow the board to just go into questions?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon, sir. I don't have any questions.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Just one quick, in all of this back in 07, did you have any violations inside the institution or on parole?
No, I was actually early released for good behavior.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Really?
Thank you, everyone. We'll now take a brief recess to executive session and then return to announce the public vote.
That's it? Okay.
That's it. Sorry, Mr. House.
Oh, no, that's good because I was getting ready to say why I needed it, but because mine was way different than everybody else's.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The Pennsylvania Board of Pardons is now in session. I will call to order this virtual session. My name is Shelley Watson, the Secretary of the Board of Pardons. We will first take up under Agenda Item 4, the public vote for 24 calendar cases that have been heard. So with that, I'll begin the process of recording the public vote on the 24 public hearing cases. In the matter of Zachary M. Adcock, Ms. Grayson.
Madam Secretary, there's some problem with your mic, I think. Okay, I think it's better.
Can you guys not hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's better now.
It's
Okay.
better.
Excellent. So we will begin the vote in the matter of Zachary M. Adcock. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Gubernick.
Yes.
General Henry.
No.
Application recommended. Jessica M. Miller. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
No.
Mr. Gubernick.
No.
General Henry.
No.
Application denied. Nikki L. Cain. Ms. Grayson.
No.
Dr. Williams.
No.
Mr. Gubernick.
No.
General Henry.
Yes.
Application denied. Joseph A. Ellis. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
No.
Mr. Gubernick.
No.
General Henry.
No.
Governor. Oops. Application denied. Scott R. Kablach. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
No.
Mr. Gubernick.
No.
General Henry.
No.
Application denied. Sonya J. Kapcin. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Gubernick.
No.
General Henry.
Yes.
Application recommended. James D. Morris. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
No.
Mr. Gubernick.
No.
General Henry.
No.
Application denied. Sheldon B. Morris. Ms. Grayson.
No.
Dr. Williams.
No.
Mr. Gubernick.
No.
General Henry.
No.
Application denied. Tricia A. Sacco. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Gubernick.
Yes.
General Henry.
Yes.
Application recommended. Baylon R. Sloan. Ms. Grayson.
No.
Dr. Williams.
No.
Mr. Gubernick.
No.
General Henry.
No.
Application denied. Brett J. Waldo. Ms. Grayson.
No.
Dr. Williams.
No.
Mr. Gubernick.
Yes.
General Henry.
No.
Application denied. Judith L. Wilson. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Gubernick.
Yes.
General Henry.
Yes.
Application recommended. James F. Mercer. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Gubernick.
Yes.
General Henry.
Yes.
Application recommended. Arlene Compere. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Gubernick.
Yes.
General Henry.
Yes.
Application recommended. Alfred G. Lehman IV. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Gubernick.
Yes.
General Henry.
Yes.
Application recommended. Chukwudubem Okafor Jr. Ms. Grayson.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.